Hello, my wonderful friends and watchers. I hope that there's anybody here today, so hi! Or maybe it's just echoes. Oh, hi, Andrea. Hi, Amy. Hi, Atlanta. There are people here. I was like, that was very quiet. I thought nobody was showing up today, which I would have still colored. Thank you, Amy. It's the A crowd. Oh, hi, Cookie Monster. Hi, Cryptid. I hope you're all doing well. I hope the weather is treating you all right wherever you are. Oh, hi, our Cislo. Hello. I think it's your first time here. Possibly not. My memory can be a bit patchy, especially at the moment. My brain has officially melted with the weather we've had. Cookie Monster, the train is coming. We was plexus. Okay. What up? Hi, Auntie. Hi, Jess. Hi. Hi, Gail. I sincerely hope that it has not been as that your summer has been a little bit less punishingly hot than ours here. Or maybe you enjoy it, in which case, good for you. Oh, sorry. I'm seeing if I can, sorry, I'm adjusting the fan here, but I don't think I can change it much. If it probably will come through the sound, the fan next to me, but yeah, I can't switch it off. Hi, Jana. Welcome. Oh, let's see. Nope, not new, but always in the background. Well, I'm glad that you spoke up and joined us for Chaturday. Hi, Mimi. Hi, Elizabeth. Can I call you just Elizabeth, or should I call you Isa? Which one would you prefer? Only here to lurk, but hi, everyone. Hello to you as well, 40 degrees and rain. Ooh, yesterday, 30 and sun. Okay, managed to get an apartment from 26 to 20 today. So finally sleep tonight. Woo! We've had week that most of the days were like beyond 28 Celsius, which I don't know how to translate to Fahrenheit, but it's high. Okay, especially for Europe, especially for Ireland, especially if you don't have any air conditioning, which is a rule here. So sleeping has been, not happening, essentially. And today was the first and only day this week when it finally kind of went to more or less reasonable temperatures. It was like 23 degrees, which still, I would love a bit cooler, but, it was way better than it used to be. And tonight, hopefully, it'll go down during the night to slightly cooler temperatures, so we can cool the house down a bit, and I'll sleep a bit better. Amy, nope, full-on suffering here. Oh, no. Okay, big, very, very non-touchy virtual hugs to you, because I do understand that in this heat, even if we did want to hug, that would not be... Don't touch me! My daughter was coming up, was kind of leaning to a kitchen island and doing something, and she came to me kind of, lean on my back, and she was like, I love you and all, but please don't have prolonged full-on body contact with me today. Oh yeah, Artist Low, oh, hi, Kath. Hi, Jeanette. Hi, Yana. Artist Low. Cecile. I hope that I pronounced it correctly. I can be notoriously bad at mispronouncing or, just pronouncing things badly. But, do you know what I'm going to do? I am writing it down. I'm a good girl, I am. I finally came to the conclusion that my brain, as full as holes it is, there's a cure for it, and that is writing things down. Well, not a cure, but like workaround. I'm stick with Isa until it's time to say it out loud. Which is really fun because Isa as a name, ISA, in Estonian that word means father, which is really weird for me to say. It's pronounced differently. It's Isa in Estonian, and it's father. So I'm calling you father. In my head anyway. Okay, who? Where? What? Helen? Where Helen? What? Oh, hi, Helen. Yes, now I see it. I was like, when did Helen arrive? Happy. Oh, Glitter, happy birthday. Thank you, Atlanta, for reminding us. Everybody, all go together. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. It was really bad, I know. My voice used to be better than that, but at the moment it's just dismal. I don't know what's wrong with me. Also, I don't seem to keep a tune. Oh. Oh. Or writing things down. Jeanette, happy birthday, everybody. Yes. Jeanette, thank you. For myself, I thought, was I in tune or not? Because, do you know, when the fan is next to you and everything is slightly distorted to my own ears, especially if my voice suddenly starts like weirdly vibrating. Plus, my throat is slightly weird. That's like, I need to kind of constantly clear it. It's as if something is stuck in there. It might be that I've constantly had, I'm either sweaty, or if I'm very sweaty, I go and put a fan on a full blast to cool myself down, and I might just have beginnings of summer cold because of that. Hi, Panda Pauline. Pauline? Is it Pauline? Panda Pauline is such a cute name. Panda Pauline. Andrea. Yeah, I'm very, very bad with birthdays unless I have it in my Google Calendar that actually sends me a reminder to remind birthdays. So if anybody has a birthday and anybody else knows, let's, let each other know, and let's wish each other a happy birthday, because, that's nice. We're all kind of becoming a community and a bunch of friends here, as opposed to just random people who happen to come together on Saturday evenings. So you should have sung into the fan. It actually would sound super, super, super funny and weird. The things it does to my voice. Listen to me now. Can you hear me now? This is me talking into the fan. I think it's hilarious. Darned adverts interrupted, and now I want pizza, says Kat. Could have picked up the fan like a microphone, says Gail. Oh. Atheline Vasilievi. I don't know how to, am I butchering your name? In which case, I really, really apologize. But hello, Atheline Vasilievi. Vasilievi. I'm so sorry. I don't know exactly what I should do with your name. Chris, that's the best. I've never grown out of talking to fan. Yeah, I still do it for my own entertainment. I think it's hilarious sound. Pizza. We pretty much have pizza weekly, but this Friday is my lazy day. I usually cook most of the days, or at least I will have leftovers from previous days. But on Fridays, whatever it is, I don't cook. And tradition is usually that who wants, like I have a couple of pizzas in the freezer, and people get to choose which pizzas they like, but it's still going to be freezer pizzas. So people just, we just cook pizzas. Yeah. 14 minutes in oven and you're fed. So we kind of have pizzas quite often, pretty much regularly. Well, not what because I don't really like pizzas that much, so I don't really participate. I can have pizza occasionally, but then it has to be freshly made, kind of proper, pizza. And Ola got sick of them as well, so Killian and Kevin are still having pizzas on Friday nights. And myself and Ola, we just forage. It was only dirty pizza, not a good one. Well, dirty pizza is still a good pizza, like pizza, nice. We can choose a new name for Isa. Or Isa, I don't know, it's Isa or Isa. We do homemade pizza every Saturday. Wow, Jess. You are fantastic. I used to make homemade pizzas more often, but I haven't really lately. Maybe it's just because I've grown so tired of. There's very, very select foods that, especially the kids. Kevin, my husband, you give him anything, he'll eat it, pretty much. Unless I give him like really smelly fish, in which case he gets a bit green. Stuff like herring or something like this, really strong smelling small fish. Regular white fish, it's fine. And salmon and such. Not his huge favorites, but he'll eat them. But kids, for longest time, and still, especially Ola nowadays, it's about like maybe now 8 definite meals that everybody in the house actually eats. Well, everybody in the house except me, because I cannot, for the life of me, make myself to eat foods that I used to kind of like previously, but I've had to make them so many times because they were in those very, very small selection of foods that the kids would eat, that I can't touch them anymore. Literally, I get green if I see spaghetti bolognese. I just can't. Nope. I think very soon I'm going to be very sick of pasta carbonara as well, because everybody so far has been eating that one. Even I've been eating that one. It's like certain foods I can't. Occasionally I will eat something breaded, but anything chicken goujons or chips, I'm like, yeah. Andrea, big hugs to you, okay? Big birthday hugs from me as well. Cool birthday hugs, because we don't want to overheat anybody. Hi your birthday's on Thursday, 47. Don't say you're so old. I'm way older than you. But happy birthday to you, M. Happy forthcoming birthday, okay? It's not here yet. Alex, you forage a lot too. Jeanette, we have a new barbecue which has a pizza stone on it. Oh yeah, I can imagine that would be really nice from that. Mimi, happy birthday. Yeah, you're a baby. Take it easy. 47 is not old. You're at that golden age when you know exactly who you are. You won't take any crap from people anymore. You don't try to people please as much as you maybe did when you were younger. Yeah, more self-assured, more grown up. I'm not trying to perform that much for other people. Just getting to the stage that, I'm me, deal with it. That's the best time. And now everyone's an Estonian, says Kath. Jeanette, you did carbonara tonight. Carbonara is really lovely. It's quite easy to make as well. It's, pretty much a couple of ingredients, really. All you need is eggs and some pancetta, or sometimes I just cheat and use some sort of a bacon, like rashers or something like that as well. But I do like to do pancetta, and then basically that's it, you know. Pasta and Alfredo. I like, so grandmother made Alfredo tonight, but just tasted off. Huh, that's weird. Amy, I get like that too. I have something so often that the thought of it makes me ill. Yes, yes. It happened when I was halfway through Weetabix once. It'll be a long while before I fancy Weetabix again. Yeah, Weetabix isn't too bad. I'm now getting back into the porridge again. I used to have porridge every morning, and then I kind of got sick of it the same way, and I couldn't eat it for long, and I mean long time. And now last month or so, I've been now getting back into porridge again, but it has been years. Yeah, now I'll be lurking while I cook something for dinner later. Well, that's nice. I understand what you mean, Annika. I'm bored of most foods except pizza. Yeah, I don't think I can get bored of sushi. Well, at least I, never have. I can pretty much live off any Japanese food, to be honest. Well, there probably are some that I, wouldn't be a huge fan of, but I really like their flavor palette. I need to shower, says Jess. And a bit. I'm going to say bye for now. Bye, Jess. Have a lovely, cool shower. Enjoy it. Take your time. We're coming to your pizza, Jeanette. You can be old. You'll be old when you're my age. Exactly. Atlanta agreed about 47. Yes. Like the mid-40s is when you, like, still physically, everything is going pretty well. But your mind has settled and you've stopped people pleasing as much. And yeah, you've pretty much found your place in the world. Yeah, leave me and my plastic horses alone. I'm a grown up, okay? Exactly. Alex, you're 30. Yeah, you're a baby. You're an infant. Exactly. Jana, you're 78. Yes, I remember. I think we talked about that at some stage. I think I feel old because of James. Oh, James's heart attack. Yes, that can hit you in the feels, I guess. But this is something that eventually kind of blows over a bit in a way that it's not at the front of your mind anymore. But it is quite fresh at the moment, so I can see how you. Atlanta, I was waiting for you to mention Japanese food. Yay, Japanese cuisine. Yeah, but I'm pretty much the only real fan. Well, yeah, fan. Like, Kevin would eat sushi and Japanese food. Doesn't have anything against it, but he wouldn't be his first choice, or he wouldn't be a huge fan of it. The kids are like, meh. No interest whatsoever. Look, it doesn't really appeal to them at all, especially if, we're talking about raw fish and stuff like that here. They're like, yeah, no, you're trying to poison us. Okay, I need to get my drawing board up soon. Ow! When I get to the pencils part, I'm going to, sorry, I'm not demolishing the room, I just got my drawing board here. When I get to the drawing part here, the pencils part here, I'm going to put it slightly tilted on the drawing board so you can actually see what I'm doing without the light and the pencil glare just, messing everything up. I'm even bored of chocolate. Guess what I got for my birthday? Was it chocolate? Atlanta, I finally gave men up at 45 and I'm now happy with a cat. I do understand that. Atlanta, see, being divorced has its perks, as does having an adult child. What would count as Irish food? It's kind of a very peasant food. Boiled ham, cabbage, and mash is super popular meal, for example, with a bit of gravy. Or no, actually, even well, some people like gravy with it. In our family, there's brown sauce they like to eat with it. Or my husband's family, that would be considered very Irish. Or corned beef. Colcannon, which is essentially, mash with all sorts of, mostly cabbage, but all sorts of vegetables, cooked and fried into it, with this goo in a pan, leftover mash, essentially, with veg in it. Most popular stuff would be like cabbage in it, maybe a bit of onion or, green onions and stuff like that. What else? Soda bread would be considered super Irish. The fast bread. But by the way, it's actually absolutely lovely. I'm not a huge fan of the white soda bread, which they do have as well. But brown soda bread is just if it's well made, it's one of the loveliest things ever. Jesus, Annika, don't hurt yourself. I know, sorry. Atlanta, yeah, Momo had to use the litter box, then she submitted to the harness. She doesn't know what she needs. It has to be hibachi. I can't do sushi. Okay, I can do sushi lovingly. I could live off sushi, probably for months and months and months before I got sick of it. Irish stew as well. I do that pretty often, but Irish stew essentially is a stew with a bit of lamb, originally. But I usually make it with beef for the simple reason that beef is pretty well priced here. Like beef isn't, especially like housekeeper's cut type of cheaper cuts are pretty decent value here. So. And stew is a good way, you get a good value of your meat because there's loads of other things that go into it, and it makes a big meal from not a huge amount of meat. Well, decent amount. Like I don't usually skim with my meat. In this family, it seems that if there's no meat with a meal, then it's not a meal. Whereas I think in my background or whatever, there are quite a lot of meals that don't have any meat in it, and I wouldn't feel like, I'm missing something. But here it would be pretty much that something is missing if there's no meat at all with the meal. Asalane, I didn't know live streams with adverts until now. Yeah, it's something you can choose to turn on or turn off. So I've had it on so far. I might get a $5 from YouTube for this stream. Or a coloring book, it adds towards some coloring book. I quit on men around the same age. I've been to dogs and cats instead. Exactly. Alex, though, I did have an unfortunate situation yesterday. A man twice my age asked me for my phone number. I gave him my own disconnected number. You couldn't just say, no, thank you. Thank you for your interest, but I'm not giving out my phone number. Mimi, my grandparents came from Ireland, so I grew up on all that. Sounds so good. Yes, soda farl is lovely. Denny Salieri had a good bit about Irish cuisine like 30 years ago. Put everything in a pot and boil it for 12 hours. Yeah, that's very much it. Well, not quite, but yes, similar enough. Yeah, it's pretty much peasant food. Which is what they were. Same background as, Estonians would have been also very much, a peasant nation. So, yeah. Simple, nutritious, stretching expensive ingredients like meat, potato heavy, as you would. But they don't originally do much else with potatoes than, kind of mash and then just boiled potatoes. Maybe a baked potato, but things like chips and roasties and whatnot, they came much later. Atlanta, I'm sitting on the front steps with Momo. She's getting used to the retractable leash. She doesn't like the sound it makes retracting. Oh, poor thing. My granddad lived off tinned Irish stew. Kind of put me off it. No! Is it a thing? I didn't even know that existed. Okay, dog kicked the door open. Hi, Shen. What's up? Life's good? Okay. Eat your supper through a straw. Oh my god. Oh. Helen, my favorite food is Caribbean food. Curried goat with rice and peas. That sounds pretty nice. I'm not usually a huge fan of curry. I know, I'm a weirdo. I'm probably the only person in the Western Hemisphere who doesn't adore it, but there you go. I'm not a fan. I can make a banging one because everybody else in this house loves a curry, which is one of those, I don't know, 8 meals that people eat in this house. Well, kids eat in this house. But 134. But I prefer yeah, I prefer not to touch it. Even the smell doesn't appeal to me. And I know for most of people, smell of curry is like when I'm cooking the curry, they come from upstairs by the smell alone, kind of it's just calling to them. But yeah, not me. I'm the weirdo. Not even trying to deny it. People scare me. It's not uncommon to retaliate towards women. Oh yeah, I can get it. Okay, it's people they mistake for women. Yeah. Maybe she led me to take a store and buy a new cat food. I hate... Oh, Auntie! Oh, yes! You hate curry! Oh my gosh. My sister! No, seriously though, you hardly ever meet a person who does not love curry. And curry is hugely popular in Ireland and also in UK, I think. Jeanette, you don't like curry either? Alex, you haven't never had curry. That's actually surprising. I thought it was such a popular thing that everybody pretty much at least has been near one, if not had one. Jeanette, my favorite way of cooking potatoes is diced and cooked in seasoned chicken stock in an oven for an hour, then stir in half-fat cheese. Oh, that actually sounds yummy. I might remember that. I like to cut unpeeled small potatoes into wedges, and then I toss them in a bit of oil and spices, and I roast them, and I love them. They're beautiful. Oh, hi. When I wonder, I find. When I wonder, I find. I'm sorry. The heat, the brain. Not a good combination. When I wonder, I find. That is a cool name. Hi. Hi, Deborah. Just woke up and found you wee live, which is always exciting. Oh, as I missed most of the streams. They're on during the night for me. Yeah. It's the night. It's the zones thing. I don't even understand how it happened. Technically, my streaming time shouldn't suit me because it's quite late for myself, but I'm an owl. And I don't even remember the initial reasoning, why exactly I started streaming in this slot. It just happened. And then I stayed in this slot because it kind of worked for people. I think it was first time I just switched, basically my phone, directly from my phone, just live on. And suddenly I was on, and I think it was like a test, will live happen? And suddenly I was streaming, and I think it was around 10 o'clock in the evening, and suddenly there were people, which I didn't expect at all to happen that fast. I was delighted. It was cool. What am I doing here? And then I stayed in this slot. Okay, so where is the hand going? The elbow would be around here, I think. So the hand would come like this there, and about this there. Yeah. Okay. I didn't like that hanging sleeve there. Now it just stopped. So I put a bit of a faint line in there, just for my own guide. You don't find Corey either. When I wander, I find her. Deborah. Sorry. Sorry. Yes, it's so cool to actually see people. It's a recipe I developed on the Slimming World diet, which I badly need. I need to kind of get my act together and get into some sort of a... Well, it's just, I just don't feel comfortable in my own body at the moment. So I need to get my act together somewhat and do first a little bit of fasting to kind of clean stuff out of the system, and then really cut back. Okie dokie do. Hi, Chris. Hi, Chris. Hi, Coloring View. Wow. This is so wonderful to have people popping in now. Hi, Jeanette. I'm glad your uncles weren't named Patsy Bingley and Skipton. Oh, Mimosa here, sitting with the Komodo dragon in Millie Marotta book. It's been a whip for months. Millie Marotta things are scary. Well, I find them scary. Okay, so I think I'm going to, as far as hair goes, I'm going to put some... Will I do the base pink maybe, and then go in with darkers? So yeah, I'll do that. I'll make the initial base of the hair pink. It will not stay pink. I will go in with browns and highlights and whatnot. It'll have pink flashes in it, but I'm going to base it pink. Which pink? Can't be very light, because it's easier to deal with it if it has... Should I go with the vivid reddish purple or the vivid pink? I can't decide now. Oh, Dana. Hi, Dana. I hope you are feeling a little bit better. I really hope so. Or if you're not, I'm sending you all the big, huge best wishes. Zoobs, Müller, my mom watches this right next to me. Shocking. Jeanette, I know it well. I used to have sorry, I missed Halifax stores at the craft shows in Halifax. Oh. Millie makes me want to cry. Amy, I did my Millie Marotta sales pitch video, not Descarify for you at all. I was watching that one and it kind of did, but at the same time, I find it hard. My brain just locks itself when I start going into her books. I actually have a book from her now, and one evening I was sitting with this book in front of me. I paged through it, I think 3 times. I kind of picked even some pages for myself, and then I spent around 30 minutes just staring at those pages, and then I just put it away, took some watercolor, and did something else. It's like, this is how well that worked out for me. Oh, hi, Nif. Trace, I want to call her more, but I have to continue with this stupid course I'm taking. I'm missing the final project and one quiz. Well, you power through that, and then afterwards you might have a bit more time for yourself. You hated this philosophy course. M is Willow's mom. Yes. Yes, that is the case. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the craft fairs. Some of us in America are uncomfortable. Oh, okay. Jeanette, I have stopped now. Oh, I didn't know that you can actually be stopped from streaming if you have a minor in a stream. I didn't realize that. No. Need to pick the pink for her hair. I don't want it to be too... Okay, I'm gonna go with the vivid reddish purple. Let's make a decision. Otherwise, I'm going to sit here with a decision paralysis for ages. Uh-huh. Oh, I've actually missed a little bit of a background here. Huh. Genius. Okay. Oh, there we go. Ah. Sorry, I'm being quiet here. I actually have to somewhat pay attention to where I'm putting that pink marker because the hair is a bit busy. It is... I don't think our stream is particularly dangerous to a minor. I know that, but I know that YouTube rules also probably won't care much about that. I don't even know when See, that's the thing. In a way, I kind of prefer that they watch those things with me than without me. At least I can see what they're exposed to. I guess I was trying to monitor and keep them on somewhat limited access to devices up to certain age. Like they could have their devices in the evening, but we had this rule that they couldn't take them into the bedroom. Well, not now, of course, they're big people. But when they were younger or smaller, if once they went to bed, they had to leave the devices downstairs. And that would have been when they were kids, I mean, when they were a bit older teenagers, and you can't really control it to that extent, and it wouldn't really be right either, to be honest. But yeah, up to certain age. Okay, I put that green in there just to fill that spit that was really annoying me. I didn't know that you're not allowed to stream when you are underage. I wasn't. See, I haven't really looked into these rules at all. Kids can be on the stream, yes, but they can't be left alone. Okay. It's weird. I know one of my friends' 13-year-old streams. That is, yeah. Uh, that does say adult coloring. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't expect that to be as strict. But I do understand if there are rules in place for it. Thank you. I don't watch children's channels at all. Hi, Alexa. I mean, unless you're magic to become 15 again, it's not really something you'd have to worry about. Kim, I'm confused. I know the social media ban in the UK for under 16s includes streaming. Okay. They, yeah, have been trying to do that. I was kind of lucky in that with my two, that neither one of them, they did have some interest. Like I wouldn't let them up to a certain age to have social media accounts, um, especially accounts I wasn't, I didn't have access to or anything like that. So in a way, we had that. Then I don't know if it was called ban, but yeah, basically. Like they couldn't just have a TikTok account. So I tried my best. I'm not saying that I was perfect or anything, and none of us are, and I, you know, uh, it's hard to police those things. Willow is not in chat anymore, Atlanta. I don't think it's an issue anymore at this stage. Is it? She's not in the chat anymore. My niece is addicted to YouTube shorts and it's ruined her attention span. She's 11. Yeah, to be honest, it's very hard to get addicted to YouTube shorts, even for myself. I have actually noticed lately that now consciously I try not to look at YouTube shorts or even Instagram shorts or reels, because what happens is that I look, watch one, and then sometimes you just kind of idly look at the next one, and then you just keep scrolling through them absolutely mindlessly, and before you know, an hour or two of your life is gone for absolutely nothing. So yeah, I try to limit myself, to be honest. Okay, I'm making these butterflies with the same color. There we go. There we go. These ones here. TikTok needs to atrophy and fall off. Yes, I agree with you, Alex. I do actually agree with you. I never made myself. TikTok is one thing that, I have no chance to ever getting addicted to, because I never really liked to start with. I refused so far to install it, and I still don't have it. And I've lived. Imagine that. In this day, in this world, I've managed to cope without TikTok. Okay, I'm going to make that butterfly also green, which is going to be almost the same color as the surrounding area. I don't know what color I'm going to make that butterfly, but we'll see. Possibly pink again. I don't know. We'll see. The leaves, I need something warmish green, lime green, 175. That should do me. Yeah, 175 should work. It's still a bit grayish, isn't it? Actually, I don't want it to be super bright, because she's supposed to be a bit Gothic, isn't she? So I'm just going to put quick base down on the leaves. Okay. Helen, I watched a really good TV program when they did an experiment and kids volunteered for the experiment where phones were taken off them for 7 days. It's really interesting. I've heard about experiments like that, yes. Yeah, okay, that is done, so all I have to do is reheat when I get hungry. No. I hope it's something nice. half the kids didn't want the phones back at the end of 7 days, as they realized how much it consumed their life. You just think about how much of our own life the phones, can consume. Although, in all the fairness, I do use my phone for also reading, and like if I look at my phone usage time, it seems as if I have super high one, but the fact is that it's mostly going because either audiobook is playing for them from there, or I also use Kindle often from my phone. Occasionally I do Kindle from my tablet, because my tablet has the option to change the screen mode. I have a matte screen, and I can change it to kind of like e-reader screen style screen. So my tablet is very nice for reading. No, it's a big screen, but decently big screen, but it's not shiny screen. You get that e-paper vibe from it. So, oops. I know that Willa is super bright. She is a precocious one, I have to say. Gail, my stepdaughter from old relationship, met up with a 27-year-old man when she was 13 because her mom didn't monitor her internet use. It was frightening. Yeah, that's why they were never, mine weren't allowed at that age anyway yet to have social media accounts. Or at that stage, I think there was something they were allowed to have, like kids' YouTube account or something like that. But they were from the very early age. We talked to them about the dangers of internet and explained, what can happen and how to make sure that, at least to some extent, you can make yourself as safe as possible there. Oh, they have a list of rules that you have to adhere to. You don't watch TikTok and I really understand it. Yeah, TikTok is almost like, in essentials, it's all endless. Like if you are just in Instagram Reels and just keep scrolling through them, whatever Instagram is giving you, that's like TikTok. It's essentially the very similar thing. Alex, I only made TikTok to see if a friend of mine who disappeared had uploaded anything. I have no idea. What happened to him? Oh, I hope he's okay. Do you know what color you're going to do the dress? I think I'm going to do the base blue, lightish blue, or kind of mid blue, and then take it on top of that blue into dark blues and kind of purples and violets a bit as well, and maybe drop in some slightly aquaish colors in there as well. But I need to find nice mid blue. Maybe that Indian blue would work here. Or baby blue. 66, maybe baby blue. Yeah, let's see. I'm starting in... It actually is a bit... It might be too close to the background color. Do we have something slightly lighter? I'm sure we do. 76 sky blue. Yeah, that's a bit better. I'm putting that as a base, but I'm going to put, I'm making fairly deep shading for all these folds and creases and whatnot, but I'm going to drop in different colors. Okay, I need to change the tip for some reason. Maybe because it's a bigger area, I just want to put it down faster. No, I don't have to be as precise here because I don't need to go around as many things. Personally, I wouldn't be okay with the minor in adult chat, my live streams. It's just the fact that they're minor. See, that's the thing, like, I don't feel that Willow is, you know, on her own or unprotected in this chat. She is with a responsible for her adult here. So that's why I probably have never really, you know, considered that an issue. I think at the end of the day, it's, you know, up to Emma. But, you know, she wouldn't be here all the time anywhere. There has been occasional chat that she has been here for. I never expected that to become such a controversy. But I respect everybody's right to have an opinion about it. It's just so far I haven't really given it much thought, to be honest. Okie doke. Maybe because I can be a bit clueless about the rules. Okay. Ah, there we go. We have it mostly based. I think that one is going to be... do I know now? Do I? Okay. Maybe I'll do a combination of pink and green. What do you think? So I'm going to do the inside green. Like this. And then make the sides pink. There we go. Pretty as that. And now I need to start a setup. Or should I put something into her lips as well? And in her eyes. I think we're gonna do the eyes green, but I'm going to actually use fluorescent green. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. Oh, I thought it was city. I can't wait to go to Scotland. So you can have a square sausage again. What is a square sausage? I didn't know that. I love a good fart reel on Instagram though. There's loads of those skits where one person puts on a wig and plays all the different characters. Some of them, actually, I've gotten addicted to. You have to be careful because I know that they're kind of a mad, but you can easily get addicted to them. Okay, a bit of eye green. I also need to get some cool gray, and I'm going to put that into eyeballs because eyeballs are not white. And a very light pink into her lips. Let's see. Maybe that 198. 198. There we go. And then I can set up everything here. Now, there. We have the base colors down. That did not take too much, thankfully. I'm gonna put those markers away. They were just convenient set of markers that I had still here from where I did the reviews. They'll probably end up in Ola's room. Is a television. I'm not sure, but it's a Scottish dish I love. My Scottish family make it for me. Is it like a pudding? Oh, Brittany, hi! You're hearing the bass even at a low volume from my next door neighbor in this apartment building. One, if many in this apartment complex. She needs to play said bass on her cell phone or computer laptop. Yeah, sorry about that. Thin walls. Stovies and mashed together corned beef and mashed potato. That sounds actually edible. Andrea, let's change that. Annika, have you seen Sugar Sweet coming out with his own pencil set? Oh, I saw. I actually meant. Does he have a video yet? I'm lately very rarely on Instagram because I consciously actually have tried to pull myself back a little because Instagram is one of these huge time swallowers for me, that I go in there and then it's like a black hole that swallows me and I just, don't get anything else done. So I've had to pull myself back very consciously because I do like to wander around there, but if I go there, I stay there for a while. But I did see, when I went this week, I saw a post from him. Was it on Instagram that he showed a picture of his new pencils? I am delighted that he's getting, that sorted for himself because he's such a lovely person, isn't he? And I love his pencil reviews. They're very concise. They're very knowledgeable. They are very easy to follow because, obviously they are not super long. Like again, they're usually like around 50 minutes or under. Now, I am now going to subject you a bit of a camera moving. So if you will get queasy with kind of a shaky or bouncy camera, you can either close your eyes or maybe switch off the stream for a moment and come back in a minute after I've done that. I can actually no, I have. I can't. I can do the studio mode. Okay, and I'm going to put this. I'm going to put a little "Be right back" onto the screen here, so I can change the camera angle because otherwise it's going to be shaking all over the place and weirdness. All right, so 30 seconds hopefully. Where is that? Okay, it didn't come up for me. For some reason, it's disconnected itself. I don't know what's happened. Okay, let's do it. ERB and... Okay, I think it's a bit better. Can you hear me and see me? Floating. I was very proud of that, okay? I try my best. Okay, I think I need to move it a little bit that way. Ugh, doesn't quite perfectly fit. Okay, I need to adjust it tiny bit, maybe higher. Yeah, and you still got subjected to some camera shaking, but I think you have now a better angle. Let me see. I'm going to now get the screens back the previous size. I had to make my chat pretty small so I was able to move things. Oh, you, Helen, you caught your first Clara Markova page today. Congratulations! Okay. You see what's happening here. Hello, Orla.
Hi.
You're very 50s. Oh, with your big hair rollers. She's curling her hair, people.
I'm not.
Well,
front.
You have curling the front of her hair.
Yeah.
With a big, huge roller.
No, it's the top.
That's actually top of the
brush.
The
I just
brush.
need to let it cool down.
Yeah. But she looks very 50s. She's super 50s. There's no such thing as too many pencils. Well, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. That hair is mesmerizing. You mean that pink hair? It's not going to stay that pink, okay? It's going to have different colors in it. It's just at the moment the base is going to be pink. What do you have one of? I'm missing things. Oh, the Clara Markova. No, luckily that is one of the books and artists. Thankfully, because the book's super expensive. Thankfully, I have no pull towards those books. I'm very, very grateful for that fact. Because I don't want to pay for them. They're just expensive to start with, and then with the shipping and everything, they work out like really expensive. So I'm very, very happy that I don't care about it much. They do look nice. I'm super curious what they're like, because I would expect, because he had a say himself in, what sort of a pencil he was looking for and what cores and whatever. I would really like to try. I'm curious, if he's happy with them, what would be the like, I really want to try them. Heavens. Well done, Andrea. Well done, Annika. Yeah, they are beautiful books. I'd have to collect them slowly, I think. Yeah, I am very, very, very happy that they're not my thing. Then again, what is my thing can occasionally change, but I don't think in this instance they will. Do you know what? I still haven't decided what pencils I'm going to use. Usually I have a clue. Usually I have some sort of an idea what I'm going to do pencils-wise, but for some reason, let me have a look what I'm going to pick up. I don't remember if Pablo's were okay on coloring heaven paper. I genuinely don't remember. No, not Inktense. No, not Colleen's. You know what? I might do them with Faber-Castell New Super Softs, at least until I decide if I like those pencils on this paper or not. I haven't tried these pencils or black editions on specifically coloring heaven paper, so this is going to be new to me. I don't... Helen, in unpopular opinion time, I'm not overly taken with the Fabiana Attanasio books. See, we all have our likes and dislikes, and that is absolutely fine. And that does not decrease the value of the book, or the fact, you know, that doesn't say anything about book being good or book being bad. It's just our taste, which is a good thing that we all have different ones, you know. There's a variety. We all like the same thing, then it would severely limit the amount of choice we have available. Okay, where is my fluffy things thing? Oh, I found my last fluffy thing. I have these fluffy things. They are, I think, meant for like a key holders or key fobs, but I use them for my pencil cases. So, you know, those 15 million zips here, which you have to all unzip individually. To avoid doing that, I have this thing. I put all the zips through it. Usually I put a tag in there as well, which actually, you know, through one of the loops here, I put also tag onto it with the name of the pencils. I need to do that too, but now I can open and close all three at the same time. And isn't that a joy? Okay, let's do the skin first. Can you believe me? I drew a hand here. And then I colored right over it. Oh. I'll see if I can bring it back. I doubt it. Do I have any blenders here? Okay. I do have one blender here. Wait a second. Let's see if I can push things a bit back here. I don't think I can. It's just going to create weird stains all over the place. You know, I took a little bit out. Oh. Talking about the books. More for me, says Auntie, about Fabiano Attanasio books not being your thing, Helen. Glitter, Andrea, I have about 35 sets. Now I just want Woomers, Holbeins, Castle Art Spring and Somerset, and the new Sugar Sweet Catalyst set. I want to try the new Sugar Sweet Catalysts because okay, I'm whispering. I know that I don't need them. I know it all too well, but I am very curious about them and I want them. So I will probably eventually get them, unless it's going to be really awkward for me to get them, because it can be geographically, you know, super expensive or super awkward, unless they're going to be sold on my Amazon as well, or somehow for me to actually buy them, which might be the case. But you didn't hear that, okay? Talking about me not needing pencils, I caved and I ordered myself the new Staedtler Mars Lumograph Aquarelle pencils. It's a secret, okay? You never heard it. Oh, because I really had enough pencils and I was like, God, I just yeah, they had been calling to me with their vibrancy and, you know, really beautiful, clean colors. And I was like, I want them. Annika, don't you have the Artex coloring pencils? There is a mystery in this house. I have a full set. I know I have it. I have gone through this craft room and I don't know where they are. I have asked Ola if they're by any chance in her room, and she has said she doesn't think so, but she doesn't think so often means that she doesn't just remember, and most likely they actually might be in her room. I just discovered a spider web on my light. That is how vigilant of a housekeeper I am. So, yeah. I got them for a decent price. I found them on... the price is different on all the Amazons even. But I found them for a pretty decent price on Amazon France. Was it France? Yeah. I think it was Amazon France, yeah. Yeah, it was. And it was actually last set with that price, and they went up afterwards. I saw that. They actually said they had one set left, and I got that one set. And then after that, it has gone up again. So I have been kind of hankering after them for a while. And I know I use very few water-soluble pencils. That's the most ridiculous part of it. I tend to use most, you know, traditional permanent pencils more. But I just wanted them so much. What you gonna do? And I really would like to have the pencils by the catalysts. I don't know what the price is going to be or anything. You know, that's of course going to be a factor. Okay, Andrea, Glitter is UK. I have all the Castle Art sets apart from summer and watercolor pencils. Castle Art pencils myself don't... Okay, maybe I should get you a little bit closer. Okay, I need to move things a little bit here now. I have no idea what I did. Okay, and transition. Pulling it a bit lower. This, maybe even closer. Should be. Okay, and I'm going to now put the... I'm going to put it into regular view, because at the moment the studio mode is driving me nuts. Yeah, I have the new Paula Brun book arriving next week, the one in Japanese gardens. I have her other three, and she is by far my favorite illustrator. Her work is exquisite. I did have a bit of a freak out with the first book she published, and that's probably why I don't have her other books. I had that... I do understand what she is on about, but the way the branches were essentially piercing the animals and birds, and, you know, it just looked like they were impaled. Well, I know it's a personal thing. This is the vibe I got from it, and it just freaked me out. I actually ordered the book. It didn't look as strong to me when I actually saw the flip through. I loved it. I thought it was such a beautiful line art. I was very, very happy. I am putting some protection here. It's a fairly light color, but I'm still putting a bit of white here to protect the highlight here. yeah, I just loved it. And then I ordered it, and when I actually looked at it close by, those branches that were basically growing through and out of the animals just looked painful to me, and I couldn't get over it. I never did. I had to send it back, which was like, it pained me to do that because it was such a beautiful line art. I know it's a very individual and weird thing. Helen, I love, love, love my Derwents. I have Chromaflows, Lightfast, and Inktense. Yes, they are wonderful pencils. Pretty much all three of them. I have a selection of not all of the color softs, but I do have some color softs as well. I'm being bold here because this is a smooth pencil, so I can kind of, so far it feels pretty nice on this paper. These are now the new updated Faber-Castell Super Softs, which is essentially the same as Black Edition, only these are the ones that are only distributed in kind of a southern, Latin American countries. And I think you might actually be able to find them on Amazon US as well. Okay, so as per my usual method, which I think everybody is kind of getting a bit sick of, but I do like to do my initial shadows with kind of a deep reddish brownish purples, especially if it's a Caucasian skin, but even on dark skin, I like to have my shadows done with some cool pencil, either with purples or even blues sometimes, dark blues. Yeah, no, I see animals morphing rather than pain. Yes, I do understand, and I do understand the concept. You know, I do understand what she's trying to say, but I can't help what my brain is telling me. I genuinely love the artwork. It's so beautiful. I just can't get over it. I know it's ridiculous, you know. And because I have so many other books that I love, I was like, okay, you know, I live without them. I put a little bit stronger shadow underneath that leaf here, so it would like cast a bit of a shadow onto her skin. Okay, so on the forehead, we're going to put a little bit here. I'm trying not to overdo with the darkest ones immediately. This is not a huge face, but faces, even if they are not huge, if they are to look effective and interesting, they still take a little bit time. I can never do a super fast face, but what I consider a fairly fast skin is still not going to be like super fast, let's be honest. Okay. And now we have, there's going to be deep shadow here. You know, this side of a face is going to be almost invisible, almost disappearing into the shadows. And she's going to have a bit of a roundness here. So we imagine that this is a ball. Here, the top of the nose is essentially a ball. It's a round thing. Something happened in my chat window and it went into a really weird spot, and now it's driving me nuts. It's very narrow and yeah, no, I can't get it moving. I've managed to move the chat window before, so it wouldn't be in a weird narrow spot like that. And now I can't move it for some reason. Yeah, I need to do that later rather than waste time on it here. It's just, it's very awkward for me to read the chat now. I tried to find info a few weeks ago. I couldn't, so okay. Hey chat, question for you is it bothersome when the colorist rotates the book to color at a better angle for the arm? I can speak only for myself here as well. I don't mind. Absolutely don't mind. But I have heard some people who don't like it. So I think it's once again kind of individual thing. Okay, so wing of the nose. There's going to be shadow coming up there. And it kind of needs to join the little ball at the top. And then there's going to be shadow like that on the side of the nose. And then once I put the very, I don't know if you can even see properly as far as you are at the moment from the face there, but if I move it like this, maybe you can see a little bit better what I'm doing with the face here. So it needs to be darkened a fair bit here and here. And then we need to go upwards with a shadow on the side of the nose. And here underneath the eyebrow is going to be one of the darkest areas. And I'm diffusing it out. And I like to put a little bit of very light shadow where the forehead is dipping down to the bridge of the nose, between the eyebrows essentially, slightly underneath the eyebrows. It would usually have a bit of a shadow there. Okay. And we also want to make shadow, like eyeshadow essentially here, pulling it out a bit to almost meet the eyebrow there. There's a bit of a dip here above the lip. And of course, there's going to be darker area in the nostril. There. Diffusing the edges. There's going to be darkness underneath the eye as well, because we want that makeup to be pretty gothic. So this is basically my shadow base. I will put some darker tones in there as well, but I'm drawing my first shadows always with these. Oh, you're talking about filming? Yeah, I had less than a foot to maneuver today as I changed my place. I need to plan for the next streams to optimize my space better. Okay. Picture you can do that on eBay, but shipping is expensive. Okay, missed that. Yeah, when I'm naturally drawing at my desk without any audience, without thinking about angles or anything at all, thinking of the camera, then my books flip all over the place. Pretty much every possible angle is going to be used at some stage. It is different when I'm doing it on the camera. I know that, you know, some people are sensitive to that. So I'm being a bit careful. So I tend to sometimes get a bit of worse results because I kind of tried to work and color things at slightly awkward angles so I wouldn't have to flip the book. And I know that there's a lot of people who would say it doesn't bother me at all, but for these loads of people, there's going to be another load of people who say it does bother them. So yeah, it's an individual thing, I suspect. Okay, so now I am going to create, I'm going to put a little bit of a dip here at the end of her lip crease. And now I am taking the pencil and I'm essentially at first drawing a line, leaving a bit of space between the line art and that line. And I'm going with it to the kind of an end of her jaw like this. And then I'm joining up the shading and this. I'm trying to do it softly and fluidly. And now I'm taking the same line and I'm slightly diffusing upwards to create a bit of roundness there, but I want that bit of a reflected light there at the bottom of her chin like this. So that's why I did that line first. And now I'm diffusing a bit upwards to soften that line. Okay, rotating a book wouldn't bother me at all. Huh, yeah, I know a lot of people have said that to me, and then I've had people who have complained that that I'm doing that. So yeah, it's, I don't think you can please everybody, so I'm not really trying to do that. But you know, if somebody says that, you know, it makes them dizzy or, you know, then I'm trying to kind of avoid it. So I don't want to hurt anybody or give them unpleasant experience. And here now underneath the lip, I'm going in pretty darn dark. And now I'm bringing the dark out a little bit like this and slightly downwards. So we have a chin here that we drew. Okay, and now we have a hand, which, oh gosh, I so suck at hands. I always have. I find hands incredibly difficult. There's so many moving parts and so many angles that it's sometimes hard to just establish by logic where the shadows would be. Because sometimes if you look at a drawing of a hand or a photo of a hand, the shadows are in slightly almost illogical places where you wouldn't just immediately think they would be. Okay, so we're putting the initial shadows here. I'm going to put a little bit of a shadow here as well, because there's kind of dip here. I'm looking at my own hand. Okay. There's going to, I'm running that kind of a line here, so I would leave a bit of reflected light between the line art and the shadow here. And there should be kind of a, this area is essentially round. Okay, so I'm almost like creating a round area here. And there's like tendons running up there. We have a roundness. There's going to be pretty darn deep shadows here. Yeah, and I can then come in with darker colors. Yeah, there's like tendon running up here, and there should be a bit of a like rounded area here that is slightly protruding upwards. Okay, yeah, I need to polish it a bit, but there's first shadows are down. Oh, good night, Jeanette. See, I'm having trouble now because I can't see the full chat. It's driving me nuts. I do not know what happened. Oh, I think I got it out. People, I think I did it. I think I did it. No, it just went to a different spot where I didn't want it. Ah. Okay. Okay. And for our new subscribers, there's a link to Google Drive with some pages. Okay. That is very generous. Okay, so let's keep deepening things here now. This pencil is going to do rounds. It's going to come back several times. But now I need to grab a slightly darker pencil to... Well, I tried to put hand in here because it's kind of blue here now. But hey, I tried to do it. It's just going to be a bit of an arm showing here. So it just needs to be... Yeah. It's just going to be a bit of a hint of a hand there. Sorry, I'm out of the shot for you. Talking about something that you can't see. That is incredibly useful. Yeah, it's just going to be, you know, when I put the dark colors around it. Yeah, it's going to be fine. Okay, so let's go back to the face again. I need something really dark here. Should I actually get some really dark bluish tone? Well, it's like violet. I don't know what its actual name is. 737. Is navy blue, actually, is the name of this one. Officially. And for our new subscribers, there's a link to Google Drive. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my chat window once again to a functioning level. It kind of went a bit mad here and I can't see anything. I need to move things, so I need to, by necessity, figure that out to be able to participate in a chat properly. Okay. And grabbing that, bringing it here. I think we might be flying it, people. I think I have my chat window back. Yay! Jeanette, I'm falling asleep. Okay. I'm more actively promoting myself. Sorry, I missed some bits on the chat because of my chat window issue. Chris, what days are you streaming again? I'm sure you mentioned it somewhere or you talked about that, but I could see about 2 lines or 3 lines of the chat at the same time. But yeah, things went a bit awkward here. I have to say that these pencils, although they are one of my favorites, they don't seem to layer super well on this paper. They keep telling me that this paper is fantastic for pencils, that it's not great for anything water-based, but you know, it's good for pencils. And I have not found it amazing for pencils. I would not 100% anyway agree that it's, you know, amazing for pencils. Like, you can do stuff, but I will be binge watching new channels I just subbed to. Celine, oh yeah. Auntie Gail, check out some of the lives on the Spanish channel. She flips back and forth between English and Spanish throughout. It's fantastic. This makes me want to learn Spanish, which I've had that idea for ages. I should just... There's 2 languages I'm kind of interested in. One is German and one is Spanish. So I would need to maybe eventually get my act together and jump onto Duolingo and just work on things. Because it would be cool to speak these 2 languages. Okay, giving a good amount of dark pencil here. So the nose would have some... Essentially, there's 2 balls here, you know, shape-wise, if you think about nose. One is the top of the nose and one is that wing there, and you just need to kind of shade them accordingly. Okay. All right. I put some in there, some in there. So I put some darks in. Do I need to put a little bit here in this corner, darken this area? All right, and now I am, okay, moving it also and dropping in some extra darks here too. This is essentially blue I'm putting into the skin now. These on this paper are definitely layering pencils. They do work on different papers differently, because, for example, they are amazing on Korean papers, these pencils. And on Korean papers, I can essentially smoosh them together almost like, not exactly Prismas, but you know what I mean, like a blending pencil. And some other pencils that are supposed to be soft actually don't work for me as well on Korean papers. But these work fantastic on like Desert Fox Sogumi books and stuff like this. So yeah, it's kind of weird. And I'm also adding a little bit extra here. There's the cast shadow from the top, the sleeve. Okay, and now I need to get something brownish. I'm leaving these 2 pencils out and find something now, something in lines of sepia, or no, a bit or chocolate or something like that. Okay, I grab the dark brown. Which is named 745, and what is it called? 745 is called Burnt Umber. If anyone wants to binge watch me, that would be great, even if you want to queue it all up on an old phone and then mute it a while, let it play. That actually would be a great idea. If I should do that, if I can find my hubby's old phone, just have some stuff playing in the background, just for the people who I want to kind of give a boost to the channel, even if I'm not having time or if I'm working or whatever. It could easily do its thing in the background and give their channel a bit more oomph. So very, very, very gentle pressure here, almost no pressure. Okay. I have a feeling that I should put a little bit more underneath here as well. Okay, and the same thing with the hand. Just warming up now things a bit, although it's still fairly neutral. But so the blue wouldn't be so dominating. I'm just trying to give some movement to the hand so it wouldn't be like flat hand. So I'm putting some like imagined tendons and dips and as well as I can. As I said, hands are a huge weakness of mine. I should really practice drawing and shading hands because I'm not good at it. When I wonder, oh, Deborah, what pencils are you using? Sorry if you already said so, but I had to go and give my pets the breakfast. I hope they enjoyed the breakfast. Those are Faber-Castell Eco Super Soft. They are called that only in South American, kind of a Latin American countries. I think they might be now available or under that name. Some of them anyway, or some sets on Amazon US as well, but they are essentially pretty much identical to Faber-Castell Black Edition pencils. It's just these ones are round barreled, not triangular barreled, and to me they have slightly creamier and softer core. If that now helped. Let's just, once again, talking. Okay. Alrighty. So now I just worked the shadows, the darkest shadows, because today I am working, because I know that I often don't get too many layers down on this paper, depending on pencil a little bit, but it seems that with these ones, definitely not too many layers on this paper. Then I prefer to make sure that I get my darks down. Because as long as you have your darks down, you should be fine. Okay, and okay, that was the sepia. I'm leaving that one out too. Now, there's a color that was called, where is it actually? There's a really cool color that I'm really like here, and I can't find it on the list because of course I can't. Where is it? Something like burnt coral or something like that. And I can't. Oh, it might be in 120 set only. Ah. Actually, then it might be a bit of a 730 petal rose would work for me. 730, okay. All right, so I'm grabbing a pink. Annika just dropped my channel name during one or two of your most popular videos, just casual. Yeah, I hope that I remember, because I like doing that and, you know, dropping people and, you know. So I need to, but I often, I'm a bit of in a zone during my videos. So I need to just remember to mention. But yeah. The most populars are usually the completed pages or hauls or, you know, that sort of thing. Oh, I forgot to put white here. I like to put a little bit of white over. Like there's actually often little reflective light there in this area above the wing of the nose. So I just dropped in some white there so I wouldn't kill it. So I'm making nice pink cheeks here. Bringing quite a lot of pink in. Bringing that almost underneath the eye here, but leaving a bit of a reflective light there. I'm even bringing the pink. This is not very traditional way of doing the skin, but hey. And I do it in different ways as well. I don't always do it like this. It all depends on whatever I feel like at the moment. Always put quite, you know, if you are doing a nose and if you also have an ear, put quite a bit of your pinks and reds in these as well. Because there's a lot of, like, skin is thin there. And the blood vessels are very close to the skin, so they are always pinkish. Cookie Monster, I do that at night while I sleep. Hit play all, turn the volume low and pass out. Live in an apartment and now I can sleep through my upstairs neighbor going to work at 3 a.m. falling out of the bed. Aslan, oh, I have these Faber-Castell Eco Color Soft. I love these pencils. But I have heard people saying that they really dislike them as well. I think they are one of those sets that you either love or seriously don't love. It seems to be the case here. I need to bring in stronger reds in or magentas in for the cheeks and the nose. At the moment, there's not enough, not quite enough of the redness or pinkness that I want here. But we'll get there. I tend to work I enjoy working the skin, which means that even with a fairly simple and small faces where it probably would be much easier to not go into as much detail and, you know, not overwork them like I do, but I do tend to put quite a bit of time into even simple. Okay, a little bit of reflected pink here. Also fingers, of course, and your palms are going to have good bit of pink on them always. And there's a bit of a shadow here that I need to, like, there's like underneath the nostril. Jabara, I thank you. I look into them because you're doing amazing coloring. Thank you. They are one of my favorite sets. But once again, warning, I've had the moment with one of my other viewers who, really liked, how I work with them. And she went and got a test set, a small set, luckily, to try out, and she absolutely hated them. It did feel, though, the pencils that she got, that there must have been something wrong with the batch or something, because they did not sound like these pencils at all. The way she was describing them was like, they can't possibly be the same pencils I'm using. But yeah, she had bad experience with them, so those things can be a bit iffy. Alrighty, and now we're going to lift that one here and putting some pink. What was it called again? 730. Because I now have names, because our wonderful Lucy actually went through the 120 set of them, which is only available, it seems, on the other side of the pond, on your side of the pond, or most of your side of the pond, in possibly US, but mostly in places like Brazil and possibly Argentina and so on. They have 120 set there, and with that 120 set actually comes a sheet that has the names of the pencils on it. So, which I, don't have usually in any other sets, because pencils don't have names on them. They only have numbers. But now I have names. So, 730. What was that? Petal Rose, it's called. So there. I was curious myself. Okay, and just putting that pink over those areas and bringing it upward slightly to give it pinkish vibes. So the blood would be under the skin and those areas would look kind of more alive. Okay, sorry, I was out of the shot again. I was putting a little bit of pink here too. Okay, and now I'm putting that back for time being. I need something stronger, reddish, but with the cooler undertone. So maybe ruby red, 731. Yeah, okay. Have it. Andre, oh my God, for first time I actually went with my glasses before typing in a stream, and what a difference I can see! Congratulations, Andrea. Auntie, like during the completed pages video, who would like this page? My friend Auntie Chris, whose channel is also called Auntie Chris. And this page, Auntie Chris would like this one too. Maybe you should just do my completed pages videos for me. I can send you screenshots and you film them for me. With all the self-promos you want. Ethylene. I wish I could do the same, but my eyes won't adjust with glasses. Ouch. Are you a salesperson, Chris? Because this is the perfect sales pitch. Auntie, you have tried to be a salesperson, but I was surprisingly not good at it. I would be an awful salesperson because I'm a bit too honest. I cannot, in all the conscience, if I know that something is taking like minimum 2 months to deliver, I cannot promise to the client to deliver within 2 weeks and then manage the expectations otherwise. I just can't do that. I tend to just say, you know, things as they are. This is not a good salesperson trait. Okay, and I'm putting a little bit of that in there as well. I think I need to put a little bit more of a color here in the corner so it wouldn't be as white. Yeah, that's better. And I will put some of that, a little bit, bringing it underneath that really dark eyeshadow as well, just to add a bit of interest. I think I need even darker red. Okay. So I need to give more of a shadow here. I need to create more of a dip there. So maybe I need to bring in some other tone, like violet, which do I have something violet? 705, 705, 705. No, that's not. Isn't it just annoying that you know it's there, but yeah, you just can't see it? Here it is. I found the violet. Chris, I prefer the gold Faber. I have the super soft Faber Castell, but it's not my favorite. Yeah, as I've said, like a lot of people don't like them. Auntie Annika, what camera are you using? How are you getting so close without the picture going grainy? This is... can you wait a second? I'm going to go to my... I'm talking to the fan again. Sorry. I'm going to my Amazon account. I keep forgetting what the camera name was, but I can surely find it out very easily. Camera. This is Ugreen 4K camera. It is not an expensive camera. It is actually very cheap. That's the camera. Here you go. Sorry for the glare. I should have put it on my tablet because tablet has a matte screen, but hey, this is a Ugreen 4K camera. And at the moment on Amazon UK, it is like that. So it's not expensive. Even on more expensive, I paid, I think, less for it than this. I think the price has actually gone a bit up. I think I paid less for it. If I actually, you know, were to look in my order, I think I paid less for it. But the main thing is to have 4K camera, because if you have 4K camera, you have enough resolution to zoom in more. So that's why I ordered the 4K camera. I am not 100% happy with it. It is cheap, and as you know, starter camera, it was fine. I'm kind of dreaming about slightly better camera, but I don't know when the money wagon is going to come in for it. I would like to invest in the range of like maybe 100, or, you know, not more, because, you know, after all, like it's a hobby. So I can't really justify, you know, spending huge amounts of money for it. But yeah, I want to create a bit of a darker dip here, so it wouldn't be so flat pink. So I'm putting in violet, literal violet. Yeah, bit of a hollow of the cheek, running like upwards, like this, from here. All right. Okay, this went a bit too heavy here, but I can't really take it off, so I'm widening it. It looked a little bit like a stripe there. So, yeah, Chris, that was my camera. Sorry, I got... This is why you put your glasses on the end of a nose and look over them to see the TV. Old-fashioned librarian style. Cookie Monster, I broke down and ordered the Ecosoft I folded after my Prismas in Fantasy World. The binder got really funky, separated, and left blobs, ew, all over the face. Oh, this is Auntie Chris standing in for Axic Fumbles. Here are all the pictures I like. Oh, she's gorgeous. Thank you. Jeanette, I don't think many teachers like their own voice. I hated being filmed and recorded. You get used to it, though. At first, it's really weird and it really throws you. But once you've done it enough, it doesn't really bother you anymore. Auntie's spouse bought a new modern and magicked up a different laptop with a dedicated graphics driver thingy. Ooh. Thanks for getting that info. Logitech is, yes, Brittany, I do agree. Logitech makes good, reliable ones, but I don't know if they do have 4K one, it's going to be quite expensive. Whereas I think those Ugreen ones are 4K, but quite affordable. And that is what I was looking for. I wanted it 4K because with a 4K you can just basically, do a digital zoom in. You create different scenes, and you basically can just have one camera, but different sizes of camera shots, different zoom levels, which is how I'm doing it. Okay, I'm actually dropping that purple a little bit into the eyeballs as well, since I'm here, just to give them a little bit of a roundness. Okay. Okay. And just adding a bit of extra here under the lip, creating that dip behind her, underneath her lip. Okay, I need something now that would work as your typical skin tone. Okay, maybe I'll put in a bit of proper red as well, like 703, because I need something for eyes and maybe liven up a bit of red there. So 703, did I say? Okay, now I'm just losing my own marbles. 703. Okay, yeah, that's proper, kind of a warmer, proper red. Gail, Annika, it's actually mesmerizing watching you color skin. Oh, thank you. I so enjoy coloring skin. This is now kind of a true red-ish color. 703, what's its name? Its name is red. It's true red, yeah. And I am putting it into the corner of her eye. Both sides, actually. I'm going to drop in some red, which is like essentially blood vessels in the eyeballs. And then I'm dropping a little bit here. She's actually drawn the eyes as they should be. There's a bit of a distance between eyeball and the lash line. And this waterline here. We're going to put a little bit of red in there as well, in the corner, so it would look realistic. And now I'm taking that really strong, well, pure red, and I'm dropping that also into the nose. And some areas where I feel like, yeah, I want pronounced proper red. And this skin takes me a little bit longer because I chose, If I took, for example, Woomers, I probably would be done already because they are more of a blending pencil and more of a smooshy pencil. But I chose Faber-Castells here, and they are, at least as I said on this paper, they are a layering pencil, so it takes a bit of time. But usually it has a nice finish though, so I'm not really complaining. Okay, and a bit in the fingers here as well. Sorry, you didn't see what I'm doing, but I just lifted the paper a bit and just putting a bit on the hands and fingers as well. I'm dropping it in almost in random areas. Okay, and now I need to get something actual skin coloring. I'm gonna put that one away so I wouldn't have too many pencils all over the place. Okay, 731 is here. Okay, we have this range here, and I'm looking at maybe cappuccino as well. So 781 cappuccino. Is it 781? Yes, which is more of a neutral. And then I would like to take a bit of coral, which is 770. 770. Am I blind? Oh, found it. Okay. So, sorry. So 770, which is coral, which is a bit pinker than I usually would do on my skin. But I'm kind of leaning into pink here, it seems. Oh, I'm darkening here underneath the nose area as well. But I would like to leave some patches of the skin, and I would actually kind of like to drop in some like very light bluish tones into the highlight areas to have that contrast going. Like I would like to put some here maybe. But here I'm shading these ones first. Bring in a bit of a yeah. And one thing about these sets is that they do have nice light tones, nice pastels, which are pretty nice and opaque. So, okay, I'm bringing that pinkish tone here, the coral. And the coral is kind of between pink and orange. It's a very warm pink. And this is very neutral, 781, the cappuccino. So I'm creating a bit of a triangle here. Okay, and now I'm taking the hand. And I'm putting in that neutral tone, the cappuccino here. Okay. And also some of that coral over the neutral. So I'm mixing these two to get this more of a interesting kind of a skin mid-tone almost. On their own, one is a little bit too pink and one is a little bit too beige, too lifeless. But if you put them together on top of each other, you get a nice tone. which is a little bit what that burnt coral is like in that 120 set that is only on that set. That's like the muted coral, which works so well as a skin color. And I'm dropping now some here. Sorry if sometimes I forget to move the page here. Okay, back to the face. All right, and now I actually want to look for some very light, okay, maybe pastel blue, and I would like very light aquish tone as well, but I think I might not be in luck. I'm trying that tropical green, but it might be too dark. So 759. 759. Yeah, found it. Might be a bit on the tone is right. The tone is what I want, but it might be slightly too dark. I might actually ruin the skin here, but we'll see. We just go for it. And I'm taking a little bit of pastel blue as well, so it's 793. This one should be easy to find. That's the lightest blue. Okay, so let's see how this is going to work out for us. I need to sharpen them both once again. I told him that the best he can expect is that once in a while maybe I won't have to dip into household money to buy books and supplies. He managed to convince himself that I'm going to become wildly rich and famous by doing coloring on internet. Well then. Oh, the laptop is just one of many that he happened to have on hand. My hubby gets a room, his hubby gets a room. My hubby is fun, his hubby is stacks and stacks of computer crap. Oops, I need to sharpen the pastel blue. Okie doke. So, no, breathe in, breathe out. I might actually totally kill the shading so far. Wouldn't this be annoying? Oh well. So this is pastel blue. And I'm doing it super softly. And I mean super, super softly. I want to cool down some areas. So far, it's not too bad. Andrea Annika, how can you be so educational? This is amazing. Am I? Am I really educational? Thank you. That's great to know. Anyway, we'll see if the modem helps. Okay. Chris, I need to go. I have to act as a responsible student now and go read from my course. Okay, stay strong. Thank you for joining us, Chris. And fingers crossed for you, for your course. Now I'm taking that blue also here, and I'm putting a bit of it above that pink that I brought out from the purples here. The eyeshadows are. And before I actually lose the definition here, I'm taking white Prisma. And I'm making sure that I'm keeping the underneath of the eyebrow quite light, so I wouldn't overdo it. I wouldn't darken it too much. All right, and also another place that I want to make sure that I don't go overboard is above the lip. I'm running white Prisma. It kind of softens the line or line art there. You could see how the line almost disappeared here. And second, I think it also gives nice kind of a stark highlight like this above the lip. Actually, it looks really nice. All right, so we're putting in that blue a little bit here where the white highlight is. I'm bringing upward from the pink a little bit of that blue to cool it down here and not have that highlight just pure stark white, but give it some interest and a bit of a reflective effect. If you put a little bit of blue, not all over, but let's say the bottom 1/3, it really livens it up. And the same story here in this highlight. Just drop in some pastel color. Doesn't have to be pastel blue. I will probably drop in a little bit of that tropical green as well. Or was it tropical blue? Tropical green. Yes, 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 yes. Kim, I was thinking to myself, this is how I nick all the time. I almost fell off my chair when she did the surfing capybara with alcohol markers. Thank you. Thank you. That was a fun page, wasn't it? I found a new copy of Enys' first tracing coloring book out of 3. Oh, Brittany, you did. Oh, it can't be shipped to you. Sorry. And okay, a Copy Beige is one of your favorites, along with Kanoka goes a Dove page. Oh yeah, that was fun, wasn't it? The multicolored doves and Hanaka's underwater sauce statue page. Oh, and she's responsible for half of my comment supplies. Okay, that is not necessarily the best thing, but one does try. Okay, and now I'm also putting that cool blue, pastel blue here into that highlight. Instead of going in there with like your typical skin color like, I don't know, peach or salmon or whatever, I'm actually doing really cool light areas. Well, trying, cool down the light areas, let's put it that way. Really cool is like, yeah, that probably is overstating it. So I'm doing that in most of the areas that I haven't put any warm colors in, that I'm actually going in and with a very light hand, I'm putting in cool tone. And I think this gives a cool effect. All right. And the same story here with the hands. So just dropping in and in this instance the alcohol marker base was really just to take away a little bit of white of the paper. I didn't really use that color much on its own at all here. All right, and here once again I want to, that highlight that like reflected light that I left here on the skin, I need to put also some. Alrighty. Okay. And now I'm taking the tropical green and I'm at first being just super careful. That's because it's a bit more intense than the pastel blue. So I can easily kill things with it or absolutely ruin them. And where I put the blue, I am now dropping in a little bit of that one as well. Just to give some variation of the highlights. You can do those effects much more intensely as well. I am not going for super intense, I'm going for fairly soft. Okay, and here in the corner, I'm also bringing a little bit of that tealish color in. And maybe now here also. Now I'm holding it from pretty afar, so I wouldn't press too hard and create a mess. So I'm just dropping in with a very gentle hand. Okay, I might take some more white, which I have here. I think I might drop a little bit more white into this area so I wouldn't lose the highlight there. And definitely on the nose and on the bridge of the nose also. Just so things will be more pronounced. All right. I'm not 100% sure I'm doing the right thing with that area of her face, but it's going to change once I do the lip. You know, everything at the moment is kind of half finished because I haven't really finished the lip yet. Just adding a bit of green in there. And I might go over it with more traditional skin colors. But I'm also going to drop it into the hands. Okay, and now I need a really light tone, or fairly light tone. I'm not saying like something invisible, but fairly traditional, real light skin tony thing, which is going to be, that's the new set. Yeah, new. Okay, so maybe I'll take just pure peach. I presume I'm going to take a peach. So let's get traditional now. No, Annika, it's a good thing you only recommend the best stuff so we don't waste money trying things that aren't good. Thank you. Jana, thanks. Thanks, Jana. Okay, so that's now the peach, which is very typical, very traditional. And I'm just going to go over everything with it. And I'm now just essentially unifying. But I try not to go over with totally white areas with it. I'm trying to keep that out from total white. But everywhere else, I'm just going to go over with it. In a way, it's like a blender pencil. Only I'm not doing very heavy pressure or anything. But I am giving a little bit of a pressure. And what it does is it kind of unifies the skin a bit so it wouldn't look like some areas are like missing something. I feel though that underneath the nose needs to have a bit more dark, so I might put a little bit more in there. Because there's very strong shadows in the chin, but there's almost nothing here, so I will put a little bit more of a shadow there before I'm finished, but it's getting close now. Okay. And on the nose here to make sure that, no, I'm a little bit now softening the pencil texture, just making sure everything is slightly smooth out. And the same story with the hand. And here I'm putting on pretty much more pressure. Just to make it look a bit more smooth and skin-like. Although it doesn't have to be, like skin doesn't always have to be blended into oblivion. It's not, it can actually look way cooler if you have sometimes some texture in the skin. We tend to have this almost obligation that we have to make skin super smooth and super flawless. And if you look at the real life skin, it usually isn't unless it's heavily photoshopped. I need to put something underneath the nose as well. That's one of my main things now. So I'm grabbing the initial pencil, which was the kind of a like brownish purple, mahogany-ish tone. And I'm bringing it softly more downwards here. Yeah, it looks better already when I brought it more down. It just didn't have enough there. And I'm making sure that it's dark enough here, that shadow. And where I feel like, you know, I really could use slightly darker or more pronounced shadows, I'm just going to drop it in because it's a fantastic pencil. Okay. And okay. So I'm not trying to overdo now. I think we're getting very close with the basic skin tone being done. Now I need to put a little bit of color into the irises and do the lips. Okay. Irises, because they're so small, we only can put in tiny bit of color here and there. So I need a dark green. One thing about this set is I'm very happy with most of the color choices here. There's a lot of them and they're interesting colors, a lot of them. But what is totally missing for me is a proper, true, really dark, almost going into the black dark green. To get a really dark green, you usually have to mix it on the paper with something. Like you might mix with, you know, dark blue, or even, you know, something like black or dark browns or whatever. And then you get, yeah, because even here, like it's hard to get it as dark as I want. So I'm going to go in with, I had that navy blue here that I already used in the skin as well, so it's going to tie in. And I'm dropping a little bit of that very carefully into the irises. Okay, and now I need really dark brown. And I'm going to flick the eyebrows a bit more. Short little flicks. And make them curve the same direction as the eyebrow curves. And this way they look pretty natural. And sometimes if it's slightly bigger than this, I also bring a couple of little like hairs out from the top, like at the edges, you know, where they kind of meet at the bridge of the nose. Yeah, it's a good place to put a couple of extra hairs there, so they would actually look alive. Okay, and now I'm taking the 705. That's violet. Where's my blue? Oh, I'm losing things. Okay, I found the Old Navy or whatever the color. Sorry, I need a drink. Let's get traditional lamest portico. Ah. And yeah, I think I just need another 10 years of coloring practice and maybe I'll be good enough to be used to it. Oh, don't bring yourself down like that. Absolutely, you do not need that. I'm sure you're way better than you actually think you are. Okay, and let's do the lips. Like, we want them to be nice and lush. You know, we want them to have a bit of a shadow and curve to them, some plumpness. Because we have a moody lady here. But I don't want to make it too plump and moody either. I want her to have a bit of a character to her, you know, herself, and some slightly grim vibes. So when I want to make the lip fairly dark, I am leaving a little bit of reflective light here at the bottom of the lip. You can see I'm taking a dark pencil. In this case, no red goes as dark, as I'm taking essentially dark blue. Red leaning, but dark blue. So I'm doing the sharper shadows with it. So I gave shadow to the bottom of the lip while leaving a bit of a highlight at the bottom of the lip. And also the top of the bottom lip, I'm giving a bit of a shadow there. And then at the bottom of the top lip, and if there's any like little dips or shape to the lip, then emphasize that with the dark pencil here. And make sure that you bring the crease of the mouth, you go over with it nice and steady with the dark pencil. That gives a really nice shape and makes it more kind of a natural, the closing of the mouth. Okay, and now I can move to reds. Reds. Okay, I'm putting side to the blue and violet because I will need them in the hair. And I also will need that sepia color. I probably won't need that, but I might. So I'm going to put these to the side for the hair. I tried to kind of reuse the colors as much as I can. So here I am taking, see, the lips are fairly small, so I can't bring too many colors in. So I'm taking Persian red and something light and neon pink, actually. Let's see how it's going to work for us. Neon pink is 797 and ruby red is 731. Where are you? Okay. So now I'm taking that ruby red, which is here essentially going to be a mid-tone, and I'm going over that blue color. So it wouldn't present that much as blue anymore, but just very, very dark. More blue leaning red or pink. Have a cooler pink. All right. And a bit of neon. Oh, I have to sharpen that neon. Yeah. Alex, I'm so sorry for anyone subscribed to me who just got a bunch of notes that I was live. I gave myself a crash course on live streams while waiting for dinner. Yeah, I did essentially the same thing with my first live, only I kind of committed. It's like, okay, I'm here. Okay, live streaming now. Hello. Because I didn't expect, well, I was sure that I would go online, but I was absolutely sure that since I hadn't really notified anybody or made big deal out of it, I was sure that nobody would even notice, you know, that I would just go quickly live and yeah, you know, check everything. Yes, I am live, and then just, you know, jump off. But suddenly there were people like, oh, hi. Oh, it was so funny. But boy, was it cool. And that's how it started. Okay, just making sure that I'm making the around the eyes nice and dark. All right. Okay, I think her face is mostly done now. I might have to actually darken the upper lip. I think it might be too light, the top of it. I need to find darker color for it, because I just think it's It's not doing what I wanted to do. So what color? And the neon pink doesn't really work. That was not a good decision. Okay, so we have this 749, which is... I'm just making sure that the whole upper lip is going to be pretty dark and therefore more visible. Yeah, that works better. Without that gradient into pink at the top. I needed it to be pretty dark. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Okay, I think the face is now done. Oh, I forgot to give the hand, the other hand. I was going to try if I can get the peach here, so it would actually look like a bit of a skin. Huh, I think I did. Yeah. Fake it until you make it. And now you're a weekly staple. I did my practice on unlisted. I didn't even... Oh, yeah, yeah. See, you are a smart woman, aren't you? Unless some people here who just, yeah, I'm just gonna try how it works. Sure, nobody will see. Okay. So there. Let's do the... Actually, I might do the leaves first. They won't take very long because it's going to be basically one pencil job mostly. Let's put it that way. And they're not even very deep shading. Actually, I might do 2 pencils and I might give a little bit of a depth to it. See, once again, I am feeling the need for darker greens, which I don't have here. So I'm taking that burnt umber and I'm putting that in the middle of the leaves as a bit of a shading here. Just slightly diffuse it out. I'm putting it in the middle, and if there's any place that they overlap, I might put it in the shadow as well, like here and here, but then I diffuse it out also. Like, they don't need to be precision. They're small leaves. They just need a bit of a variation or some sort of a gradient in them. I wouldn't bust my corset trying to give them some sort of a fabulous, I don't know, 3D effect, because it's just not going to work much. Alrighty. Mimosa, well, we just cut back and look at your process. Amazing. Thank you. We have the skin now done. Well, the skin is all done now. So we just moved on now. I'm doing very quickly those leaves because there's not much to them. I will give them eventually at the very end, and I mean at the very end, which we probably won't get today because I spent way more time once again on things than I planned to. But it's not a problem. We can always carry on. But at the very end, there's going to be some gel pen work as well. Okay, so now I put that burnt umber in the middle, and now this is 760. What is its name? Does it have a name? Well, it doesn't really matter if it does or not because it's not written on the actual pencils. I don't want to bring any bright greens into it because it just wouldn't work. I don't want harsh greens here, so this is olive green. And I'm going over the burnt umber with it, and then I'm slightly diffusing it upwards. like that. Doing it to all of them. Won't take long. Just going over the dark area in the middle and then slightly diffusing that outwards. Not all the way to the edges. I'm still keeping it kind of like in the center. And some leaves are quite small, so I need to be extra tight and extra careful there. Now, has anybody seen any good movies lately? I know Ola wants to see The Obsession. I'm not sure if I do, though. It doesn't quite sound like my movie. Mimi, thank you, Annika. I feel like I've learned so much watching her live. She looks so really beautiful. Thank you. I actually gave her somewhat softer shading than I often do. I didn't go as dark as I initially even thought I would. But I think it actually looks nice that it's not overly darkened. Yeah, I could, of course, you know, one thing that I could do with the skin is that I would take the blender and kind of work over the skin in tight little circles. And, you know, if there's any pencil texture left, which there usually, you know, still is slightly, I could get totally rid of it. And it would also intensify the shadows. This is a pretty waxy blender. I do like that blender specifically for skin. I think it smoothes, and also, yes, as I said, it kind of intensifies things. Like here. I don't know if it shows on the camera, but it really pushes things together. Be careful going, like, I try not to go over white with it much. And if I go over dark areas, I try to keep it, you know, not kind of pull it out of the dark areas, because it can pull the pencil with it and you can end up with a smear. So just, you know, be sure. See, kind of soften it further. Okay, now we have all the leaves, the middle parts done. So I'm putting these ones away for, they're green anyway. I'm gonna put it away. And now I'm looking for really light green. And there's plenty of light greens. That's the ridiculous part of the set. Like, there's some teals. This teal is very nice and dark, which I did actually use here in the eyes and stuff. And, you know, dark green is dark, but I would like it darker. I would like it almost like go into almost black. But there's loads, and I mean loads of different very light greens. Not even mid greens, like these are like pastels, very much all of them. Okay, so maybe I should take something that is more yellow leaning here. So maybe 710 lime. Okay. And sharpen. Oh wow, I had to cook dinner. I just came back and her face is amazing. What a difference from the flat color I started with. Thank you. And of course, once I put the highlights into the eyes as well, that'll help a lot. And now I'm just taking that lime green, which is nice. And because it's a pastel, it covers extra well. So if you cover a color on top of the, you know, like darker area, for example, here the pink has bled a bit into those leaves. Now I'm using a pencil that has a lot of white in it. Usually the most opaque pencils of that set are the pastels, or, you know, lighter colors, because they have more white in them, obviously. So I can just go over that darker area with it, and it totally fixes those boo-boos for me. So I'm bringing the shape of the leaves back in case, you know, in some areas it got a bit messed up because of the marker bleeds. But now I'm cleaning it all up, giving the shape back to the leaves, and also just making them a bit brighter and stronger. I'm doing the same here. You can see how that, you know, there was bleeds here on the top, and now I put pencil on top, and there we go. And most likely I will put a little bit of gel pen, not all around them, because often that looks like weird and fake, but in some areas I will bring some kind of a, you know, like here, for example, I might put gel pen into this area and then just flick it out here and so on. So make some parts of the line art more highlighted than others, and that looks better than full around the leaf outline. But that is once again a style and opinion, very much. There are different opinions out there, and they are not wrong. They just have different styles. But this is, you know, how I prefer to do that. Now, dropping you in here, fixing, pushing the, see, all the pink that got into the leaves because the marker is pretty wet and those, you know, areas are pretty tight and small, is now nicely covered and fixed. And all the leaf shapes are back. Magic! Andrea, Jan, I believe I just messaged you. All right. Yeah, you're talking to each other. That's fine. That's fine. I thought you were maybe wanting something from moi. Okay, so now we have hair. Oh, I have to say that sometimes I enjoy doing hair, but hair is usually not my favorite thing to color. I know people who absolutely adore doing hair and who find it the most relaxing, and you know, that's what essentially the coloring, you know, how it works for them, you know, doing something like that. Whereas for me, sometimes coloring hair can be a bit of a chore. So I am doing hair with flicks. At the moment, I am using the that navy blue again as a shadow color, but I will vary the shadow colors here. I'm not just using the navy blue. I'm going to use some burnt umber here as well. So I'm repeating the colors, as you can see. Those are the same colors I used for skin. And I think it really ties things together, if you can, of course. That also takes practice, a kind of learning to just reuse and recycle the colors. Okay, so making sure that this area is nice and dark here. We don't want, yeah, this should almost, and I'm dropping in here now, I'm taking that burnt umber, and I'm giving it a bit of a depth and color variation by not just have pink with blue shadows, but I'm warming up some parts of those shadows. And I don't know if you can see it, but it's almost immediately, you know, gives better effect to the hair. And here underneath those leaves where there's essentially going to be just basically shadow, I don't even leave any room here for any highlights or anything. Okay, and now I'm taking, will polychromos work here, or do I need Prisma here? Let's see. Yeah, poly works here very well. Poly white. Because Prisma, I think, might be overdoing things here. So where I left the highlight area, I'm leaving essentially the pink as a midtone there. And then I'm bringing those highlights or shine areas in with the gentle flicks of poly white, or not the most opaque white, let's put it that way. I could use Prisma as well, but they would be kind of greasier, those highlights. And now if I want to put something extra strong highlight wise down here, then oops, that went too, that's the problem with Prisma, you know, even if you try to keep it very sharp, your highlights tend to be on the chunkier side. All right, and if I feel that, okay, I overdid it there now, now I find something that is fairly close to the midtone itself, you know, this magenta-ish color. And here the magenta actually looks pretty darn close, so it's 717. 717, here you are, magenta. I need to sharpen again, so sorry. Okay, so now I'm taking the magenta in the areas where I'm not kind of quite happy with what I did with the highlights. I'm just flicking some of that magenta in to kind of cover up things and tighten things. The main thing is to, when you're flicking the dark colors in, to leave an area in the middle that is not touched by any pencils, so you can actually put the highlights on top of it easily with white pencil. If you have some pencil already there underneath, then they won't give you those highlights. You won't get the same effect. So now going back once again to that blue pencil, trying to put something here. All right, I'm taking the polychromos again. Yeah, this is tricky area. Actually, I might leave it dark, otherwise it just gets lost in front of those leaves. So I'm just leaving it red. Yeah, this area isn't very good, but yeah. And so I can just now go and keep going. And where it's like in between leaves, or where it's very, you know, there should be shadows, I'm not leaving any room for highlights there. It's kind of pointless. But the rest of I find where the highlight should be, and I leave a naked area there. Not everywhere. I'm still taking some flicks of the dark color in, but I'm leaving a lot bigger untouched area there. And I'm trying to flick the same direction and with the same curve as the hair is moving or the hair is drawn. But because I have that fairly dark mid-tone down there as a base, I don't have to do loads of layers of flicks. I essentially just do some dark ones, and then I do some very light ones, and then I can go back at the end if I'm not happy with some details or whatever. I can just clean things up a little bit with magenta, which is essentially the same color as the hair. Well, you look at the tip, but you know, the actual tip pretty much matches exactly. Artistic. Oh, Kristin, let me see. Andrea message me on Insta. Gail, I'm far too shaky and it all ends up looking all fake and messy. Oh. Gonna get my rainbow pencils out tomorrow. I still, yeah, rainbow pencils probably not my thing that much. Kristin, I based them with, I happen to have Artex alcohol markers out, but any alcohol marker something magenta-ish tone, a bright pink is all you need as a mid-tone. It's all, everything around here is pretty much done mostly with alcohol markers and a little bit of Black Edition or super soft, Faber-Castell super soft pencils on top. So nothing like super complicated. And then I did those swirls with acrylic markers. So. Andrea, I would love to try the Kohinoor Tritone pencils, but they are so expensive. I actually got them, like all of us intrigued by multicolored or tritone pencils, and I got them for her for one of her birthdays. I think it was birthday. It wasn't Christmas, it was birthday. And I'm not sure if she's actually used them much, but she does have them. I don't have them, but she does have them someplace in her room. So she has them. They're the fairly chunky ones, aren't they? But they're definitely Kohinoor ones. Like multicolored. They look really cool. But I suspect they might be more trouble than it's worth. Now here I'm taking that burnt umber again, and I'm warming up some of the shadows a little bit. Not all of the shadows, but flicking that one in so it would sit next to that very dark blue and give a bit more depth to the hair. Okay, and the same story here. It just adds that little bit of extra. The hair wouldn't look flat. And white pencil. And just careful, and once again flick in, following the curve of the drawn hair. And if it goes, if some of the strands go a little bit wrong, that's absolutely fine. They're very easy to cover up afterwards with darker pencils. But most of the times, they'll go fine. They'll work fine. And I know everything takes me longer in front of the camera, I swear. I don't even know why. But usually if I do hair that way, it moves pretty darn fast. I'm taking that magenta now and just tightening things. I think I'm going to make that. And maybe bring in extra small flicks into the hair there. So it would look better. But you can see already how little it takes to give them dimension and make it look like it's hair. You don't have to do, a million strands and, flicking 15 layers of million strands. Yeah, I can do it, but I'm not particularly enjoying it, so she says. Very eloquent. I'm not sure which one she has. Does she have the tritones or the magic ones? Do I remember? No. I think I tried one cheap ones and I didn't really like the results. I don't think I could control them as well as I would have liked them. I might be a slight control freak. Okay, now I want to make sure that underneath leaves, or something that is on the hair, that we will have nice distinct shadow. And well, I'll flick out from that shadow, but I want to make sure that it runs like a cast shadow on the hair. It will also bring those leaves a lot more forward. Okay, and here as well, making sure that we have But even still, even if it's, you know, you don't need huge amount of flicking, you need just enough. But you still need to make sure you keep your pencil pretty sharp, so you will keep sharpening your pencil during that process fair bit. That cannot be helped. It is what it is. Oh, hi, Jackie. Hello. Oh, it's looking amazing. Thank you. Annika, they're meant to be wild and unrestrained. Also, stroke direction matters more than it does with regular pencils. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you definitely would be right about that, yeah. But maybe it could have been also that maybe the ones I had were rubbish. They weren't particularly pigmented either. I was struggling to get anything out of them, to be honest. So maybe if I tried with Ola's fancy ones, the Kohinoor ones, which I'm pretty sure she has totally forgotten and hasn't used much. Because she was intrigued about them, but then, you know, at that age, it was a couple of years ago, I think, things lose interest, you know, unless you're, you know, super not into them. You lose interest pretty fast. Okay, and I'm putting in that burnt umber as well. Just not to have it very cold and very flat. Because if I just put in blue on top of the very pink and, you know, white as a highlights, it would look three-dimensional, but it would look kind of flat and lifeless. But if I drop in something like that, you know, dark brown as well, kind of gives them life. I'm looking at the chat, sorry, I got distracted now. Auntie, I don't want to presume that I'm the expert on multicolored pencils, but if you're into them, then you are, you know? Because I never got into them. Sorry, need to have a drink. All right, I need to give a little bit of a sharpen to my blue. Because it's much easier to do if the pencil is nice and sharp. That's sort of a flicky job. Flicky job is... That's a scientific term. We have a flicky job. Yeah, this is going to be... Now, the long areas can be a bit of a pain. Where do you put highlights? So we need to putting line here and putting line here, so that strand would stand out, and putting line here, and now starting to flick upwards, following the curve of the already drawn hair, which in this case it's drawn very well, so it's pretty darn easy to follow it. There's not a huge amount to figure out here. You just literally follow what is already there. Sometimes the hair is drawn a bit clumsily, so you kind of need to pretty heavily figure out what is happening and how I'm going to make it look like, you know, hair. Missed the beginning, but the face is a bit... Thank you. The face actually took quite a while. I initially had this idea that, oh, I'm going to do it pretty fast, you know. But then I chose the Super Softs, which are essentially black editions. And on this paper, they are definitely more of a layering pencil. And then I got into layering mode, which meant I put in million colors onto their face. Because the basing went super fast. That didn't take long at all. We just bit of a flat color down. Didn't put like huge thought into it either. It just went quick. I wasn't wrecking my head or anything. All right. I'm making the super dark area here. Okay. Flicking down. Nef, oh wow, you're still going. Yeah, true. I'm going for a little while more. Jackie, I've got Black Edition. They are very nice pencils in my opinion. I know lots of them like them. Yeah, that's the thing. I adore Black Editions. Oh, I really like them. I think they're so versatile, and they're especially great on top of markers. They are nice and opaque, but not too textured. So you don't have to fight the texture, but you know, you still get the nice coverage with them. They just suit the way I work real well. Which is, you know, part of it, you know, that I think it's just, if people work differently, approach shading, you know, it all depends how you approach shading and, you know, how you do things. What is good for me and you might not be that good for somebody else who just uses different techniques and stuff and different method of layering and whatnot. They really work well for me though, genuinely. I use them a lot. I think people have noticed that I use them a lot. Along with Woomers, I've been using Woomers a lot. I'm quite happy with them. Actually, I've been using Woomers like crazy. It feels to me that last month, pretty much almost every page I did, there was some Woomer in it. Nif, I really like the Black Editions and they are affordable, so I'm not intimidated to use them. Yeah, they are fantastic. Yes, I'm going to keep the pink pretty much shining through. I'm going to essentially leave it as is, because why not have her with the pink hair? And then those butterflies essentially pick up, you know, they're kind of similar color as her hair, so they're going to be nicely harmonizing with her. Okay, and now I put in, once again in these strands, just mainly the blue base. And now I'm putting into some areas of that blue flicks. I'm not covering all the blue flicks, but I'm flicking in some dark brown, which in this case is burnt umber, just to give it a bit of extra depth and interest. Because it can, if you just use two colors, it can use a bit lifeless and flat. But add another color, and not in the gradient color, you know, something else. And you get more depth almost instantly. Jackie, yeah, that's exactly it. I started out layering polychromos and harder pencils, but I love the color range of the Black Edition. Yes. Good job, everyone, making sure to give a like. Jen, that's a good point too. What did you base her hair? It's just alcohol marker. One alcohol marker. I didn't do any blending or anything. It was... it happened to be, there was no rhyme or reason for it. I happened to have the Artex set that they sent me to review. I happened to have that on my desk, so I just used that for basing. There was, I think, there was 3 or 4, maybe 4 alcohol markers that I used here. 4, possibly 5, because those leaves were different color. But it was just flat color everywhere. There was no big art everywhere, anywhere. Okay, now I'm taking that white again, and I'm just flicking in some highlights here and there. Sometimes it's tricky to kind of keep it going the same direction as the hair, but that's actually, you know, the most important thing, to keep it fluid. Somebody is walking in the hallway. Oh, it might have been my hubby going to bed. Okay, and here, pulling in the highlights also, and here, where the hair curves like this. Other option would be that you put the highlights in first, wherever you want them, and then you flick in the darker colors. But I think that, for me anyway, it works better if I flick in the darker colors first, and then I go in. Oh, thank you, Jana. Wow, wow, thank you. That's incredibly generous. I very much appreciate it. The background we did in the last week's live stream. So if you want to see how I did it, it's there, all of it, the whole process, from the, you know, the initial base layer to the how I did the branches and how I did the swirls and the neon, kind of a bit of a glow around the butterflies, which I want to add a little bit more with neon pencils, kind of diffuse it outwards a little bit more. But at the moment, I'm fine with what it's already there, you know. Now, and now I'm taking the magenta, and if I feel someplace that things got a bit, you know, they don't look quite as neat as I want, or I want to neaten things up, then I flick in the magenta and just tidy up some of the highlights. Because it's essentially the same color as that, you know, if you put, look, that pencil on top of that flat color hair, you can see that it's pretty much the same. That's my thing. I don't really look at that thing on pencils. I look at the tip of the pencil, the actual lead. And I've gotten myself into that habit. And because if you get into yourself into that habit, you need to look at the swatch charts way less. Okay, just adding a little bit of extra shading there, since I had the magenta in my hand. Now, and now we have, now this bit is going to be more tricky because there's a lot of kind of hanging out overlapping bits there. So I just need to put in more dark than I usually would. Jackie, lovely. Yes, the dark edition work well on alcohol markers, or a black Amazon print too. Yes, I have done that. It's fantastic. Jana, you're welcome. Thank you, big one. Huge virtual hug, Jana. I'm so appreciated. No, but you got that was essentially like, you know, weird ways to make skin tutorial, because it was not done in a very traditional way. But hey, I like it how it came out. So I think you can get very natural and interesting skin by layering colors that people don't think of as skin colors at all. You know, deep violets, dark purples, and stuff like this. which seems to be my staples. But I also layered the blues and kind of like sea greens almost. Tropical greens. Okay, so flicky, flicky, flicky. Come on now. Work it, work it, work it. Because ideally, if I somehow, when I do those things on my own, that sort of a hair actually usually goes for me super fast. It does not go as quickly if I do it in front of camera. I don't even know, what's that about, but I kind of. Oh, bye, Riff. Bye. Jackie, hangy out bits, technical talk like smushing. Yeah, exactly. Oh, hi, Char. I didn't see you. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Traditional ways can be overrated. If it works, it works. Yeah, exactly. Don't get stuck. Also, don't get stuck always, on somebody's tutorials or, somebody said that it needs to be done that way. Them's the rules. No, there are. I don't think there are rules. The only rules that apply to coloring are basically color theory. The way colors mix. That's all the rules you need to kind of. It would be good to know. After that, you can pretty much do anything. If you understand and learn how the colors mix, how to neutralize quickly and easily colors, then you can pretty much take any pencil sets or any, colors and just, And it's not even that complicated. I think people have created that legend in their heads that color theory is something super complicated or super difficult. It really is not. If you look at the color wheel, it is very, very logical. And it's easy to, at first you need to possibly, when you get used to it, you need to have something like color wheel, either print out or some, computer or phone version of it in front of you, or physical version. I have my color wheel. Well, I used to have it kind of taped on the wall in front of me. But once you get used to it, you don't even consult it much anymore. Either RuPaul gives so badly right now. Yeah, I have a lot of technical terms like tingy-malingy. Part of that is also coming from the fact that possibly, quite most logically, that English is obviously not my first language. So sometimes words are hard. In this instance, I actually swear you have the better angle than I do here. Because in certain parts of the image, the way the light is, I actually struggle to see very well. I have to kind of angle my head to see what I'm doing with the pencil. Yeah, the bottom here is a bit messy. It takes a bit longer because I'm trying to figure out what's coming from where. Things are overlapping a lot. There's a strand sticking out, and so on. Okay, I need to leave these bits here actually pretty light. I'm trying not to overcomplicate the shading here, because I think it actually will look better if I don't overcomplicate it. Okay. Darken this area, give here a bit of some flicks. And then after I've put all the blue flicks in, I'm going to go in and put in the brown flicks. And then I'll pull in some highlights. And then the hair is going to be pretty soon, I think. I need more here. It looks flat here. But it's going to be pretty soon done. And then we can move on to that tunic or whatever it is. Dress or tunic? Probably dress. She's looking delightfully nightshirty and Gothic. Okay, so now I'm grabbing my brown, just warming things up a bit. You're still getting a bit of pencil glare there. If I do it that way, yeah, now you can see better. I raised my, I'm pushing it a bit forward so you can see better. Yeah, I changed the angle of my drawing board a little bit, so you would get less pencil glare. Now here, because there's such a chaos there going on with the hair, I am keeping it fairly loose shading wise. I'm not going to break my heart and try to do every strand here separately. I could, but do I feel like it? No. So I'm just keeping it. As long as you give the idea, you do not have to draw every strand. Who was really like adored doing hair? Gosh, was it Emma? Emma Colors? It might have been. Oh, by the way, oh, sorry. No rules with coloring. It makes you happy. That's all that matters. Exactly. And if the only rule I have for coloring is if I'm not enjoying it, moving on to something else. It's coloring. It's meant to be enjoyable. Exactly. Totally 100% agree. I don't even do the same thing every time after 20 plus years of learning. Work it was perfect English. English is often hard for me, and it is my first language. Dana, you're precious. I chalk it up to pre-menopause. Understanding shadows and highlights make all the difference. Yes, that of course too. Yeah. I have soundtrack in my car now. Yeah, exactly. Words can be hard. Did I do the tunic with alcohol marker? Yes, absolutely. Everything on this page is based with alcohol marker. There's nothing here that isn't. Let's put it that way. Okay, now I need to find the angle for my head that I can actually see what I'm doing here. Because I think you can see better, but I need to tilt my head certain way to see what I'm doing here. That's the pain with that, you know, that's the way the light. It might be better if I didn't have the light directly on top of the image, but I have it because this way you probably get the best lighting for the image. Like it needs to be there. Okay, flicking it in there. And it does not have to be perfect. As long as you give it a little bit of a 3D effect here and there. And if you look at real life hair as well, there's no perfect highlights at every curve and whatnot. It all depends on how the light hits the hair and whatever. Some areas are more areas, not areas. Areas are more highlighted than others because you have more light hitting them and so on. So yeah, it don't need to be uniform and perfect, as long as you like put some 3D into them, you know, bring out some strands. Oh, okay, this one went bad. I didn't follow the curve of the hair very well because I wasn't 100% sure what I was doing. That can be fixed though. I'm taking my magenta and I'm just getting rid of some things. Cleaning things up. Yeah, that's better. Corey from Colorfully Optimistic. Yes, that's her. That's her. Christine, Annika, did you do a background live? What did you use on the background? I did the background live last week on Saturday's live. Everything. There's nothing on this page that has not been done live in front of the camera. So if you want to check out any elements, everything has been so far done on the live. This is one of the few very rare pages that I am essentially, you know, I've now kind of committed. Even if we don't get, like, the tunic probably won't happen tonight. Let's see, what time is it? We might get some in. But, you know, definitely the full finishing won't happen tonight. But since I've done now most of it on camera, I pretty much commit to saying, yeah, I'm doing the whole thing. So if we don't finish it this week, we will finish it next week. So, yeah. So pulling in some light strands here and there. Okay, how do they overlap here? This one is coming here, this one is coming here. Putting some highlights in there. These highlights are not good. I've made a mess here, but it can be fixed. Yeah. All right, and I'm taking magenta here. Yes, it was Corey, and she does fantastic hair, you know. She really loves that flicking process. And yes, in essence, it's easy. It just takes some patience and long sitting, which, because hair isn't the most exciting area of the image for me, I much prefer doing skin and even clothes than hair. Then I usually kind of go for lazy methods for it. Although I can do, of course, you know, it's not that difficult. You can do, all of us, you know, flicking hair isn't really, once you get the movement into your hand and you have enough patience, it just takes loads and loads of strokes. But yeah, I just prefer doing other things. Now, I'm essentially leaving it mostly like that. At the end, I might tidy it up afterwards and put some extra highlights in, but mostly the hair is done, I think. I'm not going to overdo it. Yeah. If I want to put some magenta in here and there. Now, and now the tunic. Halala. Okay, and I'm once again using essentially similar colors to what I've already used, both in the skin and in the hair. Just using them slightly different ways and on a different color base. And this way, you're going to end up with more cohesive, more harmonious results. Next, Jackie, I have to watch. Okay, yeah. Jackie, I'm too impatient and lazy most of the time to be perfect at hair. Really, this depends on a mood. Yeah, I have actually done a couple of images where I really went for, very realistic results for hair. It's not even that difficult. It just takes time and patience. That was nice. I need drink. I need a lot of drink constantly. You wouldn't believe how much drink I go through. During the one day, like. Okay, so let's see if I can now zoom you back a bit. If I push that. Oops. Sorry, I moved accidentally the. Let's see if I bring you all the way out. What does it look like? Yeah, I need to push it. Yeah, this way, so you can actually see what I'm doing with the tunic as well. Sorry, because of the setup now, the cameras are a bit angle is a bit different. I had to angle literally the camera. Okay, so the tunic is going to be kind of done in the same principle as I did the skin. Oh, here, by the way, the sleeve line art actually ended here, so I had to quickly draw in with a black pencil. A black colored pencil, by the way, not even the regular pencil, because I couldn't find the regular pencil. A bit of arm and the edge of the sleeve, because I didn't like how it was done. Very typical. So now I'm taking the same dark blue that I've used in shadows in so many places. I've actually used in the skin shadows. I've used it in the hair shadows. And now I'm going to come and use it in the tunic shadows. I also need to eventually figure out, I need to darken. I want to darken the corners. I bring it a bit forward like this. I don't like that flat color like that here. I want to darken it with something. I haven't yet decided what I'm going to do that with. Possibly it's going to be soft pastel or something like this. Jackie, I will be MIA in chat. Just have to hang washing out, but we'll be listening. Okay. You have to take quiz later? Emma, you like coloring hair? Yeah. It can be kind of very, very relaxing. I can imagine. Almost meditative, because it's the same movement all over and over again. It's just I don't usually love that. I prefer a bit of variety. That's why I don't like pages with a lot of repetitive elements either, or why wallpaper pages usually are not my thing. Okay, so here we come with that dark navy is the name of the pencil, but if you happen to have Eco Super Soft or Faber-Castell Black Edition, which are the same, then 737 is the number. Okay, and let's start creating the creases. Okay, here first I'm taking this kind of a body part of the tunic, and I'm putting where it's supposed to be the darkest. I'm going to put color in there, in between the hair strands here as well. Okay. Oops, was there something was wet there? Actually, yeah, wet paper isn't greatest for. I don't know how I got water in it, because I haven't done anything with water here. Okay, so I'm just pulling in some, a bit of a creases or folds of pleating here as well. But I'm keeping this bodice area pretty dark and minimalistic, because it has a lot of shadow from the hair. There's not much of it visible, so I'm not putting the biggest effort in there. I'm just making sure that I have some texture and some movement there. So now I did everything with that really dark blue. Now the other colors that I'm actually going to pull out here are so I have magenta already out. I will occasionally drop some magenta into it, but I will try to keep it away from the hair directly, because then it's kind of just all going to blend out. So it blend up into one mess. I need something tealish. I'm taking that 708, which is, where is it? Is it 708? Yes. Apparently this pencil doesn't, oh yes, that aqua green here. I'm taking that one. And so I want to probably bring that to the edges a little bit. And I also want to bring in some other blue, which, let's see. I'm taking that, looks like slate blue, aqua green, and maybe light blue, so 706. 706. I know you're here. Why are you hiding? Okay, last sharpen. Okay, let's see how this is going to work out for us. Okay, this is kind of a bit like slate. This is a very dark color. I don't know what it's called. 774. Is it indigo or is it midnight blue? It's a really, really dark blue. Especially in the new improved set that Lucy sent me. This blue is very dark. It's beautiful. It goes into almost black. Like my favorite colors in the sets tend to be the colors that go into almost black, like really, really dark greens and so on. Okay, and this is the light blue. So I'm dropping some of that in here. And I'm dropping also in some of that aqua. Okay, just, and I'm taking that navy blue again and just softening some of the creases here, because I made it pretty darn dark here, so. I'm giving pretty strong shadows here. Okay, so this part is not going to be like the rest of it. This is the kind of the darkest. So here I'm taking the midnight blue. And I'm starting to build the folds and the draping. Which is kind of one of the weird things. Sometimes it comes out really nicely for me, and sometimes it just does not come together. Oh, I don't even know what it depends on. Phase of the moon, something like that. Okay. So it's always the darkest at the very bottom. So you need to make sure that if you're making creases, they're going to be the strongest at the start of the crease. And we want them to kind of meet from the top as well. So we kind of assume that there's going to be some sort of a pleating on the shoulder as well. So we're creating some pleating here too. and making sure that it's nice and dark and almost sharp in the beginning. And then you diffuse it slightly downwards. And now we're going to bring in another dark blue, which is the navy blue, but it's bluer now. It's not as blackish. So accentuating the top even more and then softening it out, but still giving, and we're changing the width of the shadow areas we put in as well. So it wouldn't be just one stripe going down the same width all the way through. This way it just looks like a stripe. But change the, make some areas in the middle darker as well and maybe wider, and then diffuse them out again, make them narrower. Change directions occasionally so the fabric is moving, so they won't just come straight down without any movement. Willow's meant to be sleeping in her room, but I just walked past and she's on the phone. Of course she is. In other news, my pen was hiding under my belly roll. Okay, doke. Oh. If I ever had a pen hiding under my belly rolls, I can assure you my rolls are that deep, the pen would disappear for good. I haven't managed to lose a pen there, but yeah, the rolls are definitely there. So you can see I'm giving those folds a bit of movement, and I'm keeping at the moment the touch very gentle and just creating the shape. In some areas I almost bring them together like this, maybe create a bit of darker area here, so when they come together and then they separate again. Just to make them more lively. There we go. Might give even more. Like strength at the top, at the bottom. And this is how you don't need to cover much line art here either, because the line art is covered or disguised by the contrast. Okay. And now I'm taking that pale blue. Actually, I need something more mid-tony here. It feels that I'm missing. So I'm taking that 758, which I don't know what its name. It looks like a nice mid-blue. 758. Okay, I might as well see what its name is, since we're here. 758. Well, it doesn't exist. Or I'm blind. Oh, Mediterranean blue. Okay, it does exist. It was a false alarm. So it's just dropping in that color here and there. Once again, not everywhere. Just deepening some areas with it. And this is the slowest one to do is usually the first where I figure out what I'm doing, how I am building the draping on this particular garment, what colors I use. And once I figure it out, once I've done the first one, because at the moment it's the figuring out stage. I'm grabbing pencils, I'm figuring things out as I go. But once that's figured out, I have colors now. Okay, yeah, I'm doing this with them. This is how I build them. then the rest of them go much faster. All right, so that was Mediterranean blue. Now I can take that pale blue here. I'm doing the same thing. I'm dropping it here and there. Bringing some out. Okay. And now I'm taking the magenta, which I have lost. Here it is. And I'm carefully dropping that one in a couple of places as well. Keeping it interesting. So it wouldn't be just kind of a blue gradients. I tend to get bored. Also, I'm kind of throwing that color into the garment as well. So I put in some magenta, and now I am putting in some of that aqua color. Okay. Here and there. All right, and now I take white. Where's my white? Now I have to decide which white. I'm not sure if it's going to be Polly's white or is it going to be Prisma white. I need to figure out. It depends on how strong the color is, if the poly is going to show on it. Prisma will definitely show on this color, but will poly show as much as I want to? It shows, but I kind of want Prisma. But actually, no, it looks pretty darn great. And I don't bring it all the way up and down. I am making just some areas of the crease or a fold white and leaving them rest in more midtones. And it just looks better that way. And now if you really, really wanted to, you could take a blender and go over it, but I usually don't. And now you can also go and deepen the shadows where you feel that you want to give them extra oomph and extra drama. I can take it and deepen the shadows here and there. Oh. And this is the way I am going to do the shadows. Dum-da-di-dum. Okay, there's Instagram talk. Oh my god, that story. That's both horrifying and sad and funny. Okay, and now I'm taking my midnight blue and I'm doing the folds here. Now here they are widening at the bottom, so the highlight areas are going to be bigger. But once again, I am trying to make sure that I don't just do shadow the way that, you know, I'm just taking a stripe of the same width of the stripe of dark color from the top to the bottom. That never looks good. You need to vary the width. Bring it out in some places, make it very, very tight in some areas, and it just looks way better that way. Okay, so this one is very tight at the top here. And then at the bottom, we diffuse it to almost nothing. And here what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying not to bring the shading at the very bottom, because I kind of want to do the bottom of the sleeve with the white pencil. So it would have almost like a trim. I don't know if it's going to work. I'm going to try it, okay? Okay. And this is going to be very sharp here. And just bringing it down. See? A bit of a movement into it. Not have them the same thickness, the same length, everything. Okay, ready for my quiz? Something about missing pens. Yeah, you better read what Emma said about missing, well, things. Missing pens in the belly folds, okay? The story, that's what the story went. She lost her pencil in her belly fold. Which is totally legit and could totally happen to me. Okay, making this a bit higher here and bring in some little flicks. There's like little tight folds there, which I'm softening downwards as they come there, and then letting them to almost disappear. But they need to be pretty darn strong there. Okay, so we have the legend of the folds down here. And we go back to now to the navy blue, which takes away a little bit of that grayness. It's a bit more blue, so I'm going over the initial shadow map with it, maybe bringing it out here and there, and just changing color a bit. I think my initial plan was to leave some skin showing here because I put that bit of a skin color there, but at the moment I kind of feel that I'm not really bothered doing that. I don't know if I, or maybe I leave it there, so, you know, possibly skin showing slightly. Okay, now I'm grabbing Mediterranean blue, which is 758. She's a bright mid blue. Slightly more. Hello? Somebody was walking. I don't know who it was. I think it might have been Killian. There we go. Yeah, I saw the other missing items, but that's too horrific to contemplate. Oh no. Okay, there's some sort of a stuff going on. All right, and I'm bringing a little bit of a different blue here too. And now I might actually kind of skip that pale blue because it's essentially the same color as my regular blue. You know, the base blue. It's kind of pointless here. Dropping in some, will I put in a little bit of magenta here? Maybe a little bit here. It's just adding interest, really. Otherwise, it's going to look, although, you know, there's technically it's going to be 3D because you're going to do all the folds and not, but I have found that if I just use very close gradient like this, things do tend to look a little bit flat. Well, for my eye, that's the thing, you know. To me, color variations are often more interesting way of shading and creating dimension than proper, you know, light to dark gradient. Okay, just dropping in some of that pretty aqua color. All right, and now I'm taking the white and I'm going to do the highlights with the white. And that's the beauty. But just remember that if you want to do the highlights with the white like this, you need to leave the areas where you want to put it without any pencils. Otherwise, it just won't stick. It won't come out like that. Okay. So although it seems that you're doing things kind of haphazardly and almost chaotically, you do kind of still think what to put where your highlight is going to be, and you need to make sure that you leave the area, that area untouched by pencils and stuff like this. But then some thought goes into it, I guess. She says. Okay, these tops of the folds need to be nice and sharp. Give them some white. Okay, see, now you have the sleeve. Do I get extra points on the quiz? Mediterranean blue was the hard to identify pencil. Very good, Jackie. Good girl. We were trying to teach Shen today to, if you, well, Ola started it. If she makes the gun motion with her hand and does bang, that, you know, she will fall down or, you know, kind of lay on the side. And we got to the stage that she laid down if we said bang. It was very, almost impossible to convince her to actually kind of lay onto her side, you know, do the play dead thing. Oh, Willow gets to buddy up with the reception child when she goes back to school in September. The child is called Orla. Oh. I think the minute you have to resort to punch shenanigans is the moment you contemplate your life choices. Jackie's washing done. Now the hound is staring me down to go for a walk. Hubby went on a camp out last night and isn't here to walk him. Aww. Child just starting school is sometimes called reception year. Okay. We have junior infants, first years of school, as you know, first 2 years of school. You don't have any homework. It's almost like back in Estonia, it would have been kindergarten, you know, older years. But here it is part of school curriculum, kind of, and it's called junior infants is the first year and senior infants is the second year. And it's basically kind of like a play school, only they do also study, you know, reading and letters and numbers and such. Okay, I'm putting a shadow underneath the sleeve here. Yeah, that works. And I'm also going to put the shadow here before I do anything else with the fabric folds. I'm going to make sure that I have separation of the elements. Yeah. So everything wouldn't just blend together. Deborah, I've been lurking for months and thought I'd say hi. Hi! And thank you for your channel. Oh, you're so welcome. I watched them all. Thank you. Thank you, Deborah. You're so kind. Thanks for lovely compliments. That was really lovely. Thank you. And feel free to, whenever, it's okay if you just want to lurk. And sometimes you don't need to or want to communicate. You just want to watch what's going on. Absolutely understandable. But if you sometimes feel like chatting, you're very welcome. Now, so making sure that these ones are nice and sharp here at the top. Okay, so bringing some of that upwards, just making sure that it doesn't look like very rigid pleats. We want to have a feel that it's a soft fabric. Okay, there's some pleats coming from top, but they're going to disappear into the soft fabric. Yeah, but you're more welcome. Oh, thank you. And if I get over my shyness, I will join you all. That is wonderful. And just don't put any pressure on yourself. It's just, when you feel like chatting, you're very welcome to do so. We have a really friendly bunch here. I think I need to, bring that more upwards. I'm just trying to put the shapes down, what I want to do here. Do I have the correct pencil? No, I don't, but never mind, it's fine. Either one of them is fine. The tips, kind of at those strands here at the bottom of the hair, I might need to add a little bit oomph to them eventually when I finish off the image with a bit of acrylic marker or gel pen, those here. But I haven't decided exactly how, but at the moment they're a bit messy there. We've been trying to teach Hamish to count, hold one finger up and woof, then two and woof woof. Ooh, wow, that's like higher level. He's starting to get it, but other times he looks at me like an idiot. Mimosa, you have some progress in this Komodo dragon, but I will be able to finish tonight? I don't know. Emma, Gizmo is a lost cause. I taught him sit and he'd forgotten it the next day. He's like, woman, I'm gorgeous, and that alone is worthy of treats. Komodo dragon does sound challenging. Really cool, though. Like, they are gorgeous creatures. I do think that about most of the creatures, though. Like, just, I'm all about creatures. Okay, let's make some movement into those folds. But it seems that everything is going very straight down, and we want some movement and fluidity. So let's kind of start straggling them so they wouldn't just go all, you know, diagonally down. Yeah, Lady Shen she does her tricks, but she's very much in the same school of thought that why do I have to do that? I know you're going to give me treats anyway, then, you know. What's the point of that? Okay, so putting one fold here, kind of a soft fold, diffusing it upwards, making it wider in some areas. It's just making sure that things are yeah, it looks almost gray, that pencil, and it's not. It's just really, really, really dark blue. Okay, so we need to make that look as if it's kind of coming from her hand. I'm gonna, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the direction of the folds, therefore I'm a bit distracted. This is one of the things that a lot of people often have questions about, you know, how to do clothes and, you know, the pleats and folds. I am by no means expert, but I kind of do like to building them occasionally like this. I find them particularly easy. That tunic or night dress, I suspect it's more of a night dress than tunic, would have been probably way faster and easier to do with alcohol markers, because that sort of a, you know, very simple fold goes super fast and super easy with alcohol markers. I find fabrics, you know, if I just put the kind of a base down like that, the dimension is really fantastic to do with markers. It just works so well. Okay, let's put some shadows in there, and putting shadow in there as well. What noise was that, Shen? She made a weird noise. She's snoring. Komodo dragons are awesome, but very scary. Yes, they are, but they're beautiful. Brittany, what coloring book or coloring magazine is this image from? This is from, wait a second, Coloring Heaven, the Gothic Compendium. I don't know what number that one is. I don't think that's easily, like, I probably, you know, kind of a resale sites is probably best bet of finding that one. I don't think it's very easily available anymore. Okay, I'm moving so you can actually see the bottom of the, yeah, so it's not very new edition. I think it's quite old actually. All right, there needs to be dark here. Okay. Okay, and now this area needs to be like super dark. So I need to make it pretty much. But I would like to bring some like hinted pleats out from there. So what I'm doing, that I'm putting literally a hint of them in the background like this. And then with other colors as well, I'm bringing them. There's going to be slight hint at them. At the moment, they are more pronounced that they're going to be, but there's going to be a bit of a hint to them here. All right. And there should be all right. Now I'm darkening some of the creases in some areas. Yeah. I don't know if I darken this bit here. It looks like it might be a bit in the shadow. Yeah. Okay, and now I'm starting to drop in other colors. Jackie, I know the controversy about zoos, but I love going to the zoo. We love learning about animals. It depends. A lot of zoos are actually very, very actively involved in conservation, and especially with the species that are now pretty much disappearing. Quite a few of them are still actually around in decent numbers because of the zoos. Then again, safari park, yeah. I mostly color every detail using 3 colors for each section. It takes a lot of time, but it is also challenging to see the result. That does sound like it's a lot of work. Emma, the picture is looking wonderful. Thank you. I don't think I'm going to be able to totally finish it tonight. This is the Mediterranean blue, the one that created a lot of confusion amongst us. Well, amongst me. I will probably get the tunic pleating done, but I won't be able to kind of do the final detailing and finishing off, and I need to figure out what I'm going to do here on this edge. Not a clue. I need to somehow finish it off. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I need to figure out myself. So I'd say we're going to finish it with all the finishing touches and butterflies and whatnot, because I don't think I'm going to get to these, and whatever gel pens maybe are needed, and whatever I'm going to do here. Possibly a lot of swirls, similar swirls as the ones at the top there, that sort of stuff going on. Yeah, so next week we'll still work on that one. It shouldn't take the whole live stream next week though, so it might be that and then do something else as well. Bits and pieces, either start something or finish a page, or do the finishing touches, that sort of a thing. But I'm trying to get that one now functioning. So I'm using that as a mid blue. And once again, I'm using those pencils on the side here. So I'm not trying to use it as a blendy pencil. I am more using it as a layering pencil. Okay, and here Now, putting that one in. And just a hint to some sort of a pleat. They're not very strong, but there's something visible. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty all right. Okay, and here I also need to put in some of that blue. All right. Okie doke. And now I'm dropping in some magenta. Who is jealous of Nessa and why? I missed some chat again. Hello, Nessa, anyway. Dad and taking me and Willow. Okay. Oh, James, he had to surrender his driving license. Like forever? Or what's the story? Or is it going to be temporary? Or is it like gone forever now? He can never drive again. Because that would be pretty rough. Are you driving yourself, Emma? I don't remember. I think we talked about that at some stage, but I don't remember what you said. Okay. Some pink in the... I wasn't driving for a long time. Emma, Jackie being able to drive was his last sort of bit of independence. I'm really upset for him because no one's making any effort to find out why he keeps blacking out. Oh no. That is really bad. Auntie, that is a snore of an old man. I know. What was the combo, Michelle? What was the combo of the hair? Okay, the base of the hair was magenta, bright magenta pink with alcohol marker. Doesn't matter what brand. Something pretty strong mid-tone pink. Then I used dark blue, like for flicking in the shadow bits. I used dark blue and dark brown. In this specific set, they were Old Navy and burnt umber, but once again, any dark blue and any really dark brown, and I flicked them varying. Like first I flicked in most of the shadows with dark blue, and then I flicked in into that blue some of brown as well to add a bit of more depth and interest. And then I just flicked in with white the highlights. And then if I felt that highlights were a bit messy or needed fixing, I also took magenta pencil, and if I needed to tidy up somewhere the highlights, I did it with that. And that's how simple, or how basic that was. It's a very simple, very few pencils hair. Okay, and now I'm taking that aqua color, and I'm dropping that in here and there. Alrighty. Just color variations and interest. It just looks so much better if I drop in colors here and there. I actually think that those colors are showing better on the in the real life than they do on the camera. The color variety and therefore the depth is more visible here. Okay. Okay, and now I'm taking the white, and I think that's now going to be that tunic finished once I finished with the white. I might even have to sharpen the white in between because there's a lot of white work now. I want to make sure that everything is nicely highlighted. So if I position my hand, and if I feel that in the skin, for example, I want to add a bit of highlight here and there as well, I can just stick that white in there as well. So white goes where you have left areas for white that you didn't put any other pencils down, otherwise you will not get those highlights. But if you leave untouched areas just with a pure alcohol marker base, then you can just go in afterwards and put your highlights in like that. And I think it's really kind of simplifying things. If you use the polychromos like I do, you get a bit more subtle blends and subtle highlights for the nightshirt. If you use something more with the oomph like Prismacolor white or light fast white is nice and strong, or even like Derwent Drawing white, then you get almost an effect of a white garment. Here the garment is still kind of a bluish undertone mostly, and you get that brighter highlight effect. But if you put down harsher, bigger white highlights, you essentially can get a white garment that way. You knock that base blue essentially in most bigger areas, and in a more pronounced manner you knock it into white if you use, for example, Prisma. But this, I didn't want to do that. I was contemplating which way do I want to go, and I decided to go for softer approach. Okay. All right. Sorry if I'm distracted now. I'm just doing all the finishing the highlights. I still haven't figured out how I'm going to do the bottom. I might even do some, I don't know, punched out leaves or some sort of a glitter thing or whatever there, because I need to finish off that edge somehow. I don't even know why I decided to go like that with a half circle, because it would have made so much more sense if I had just drawn the rest of her in, all the folds. It would not have been difficult. The only bit difficult would have been to draw that hand. As I said, I'm not good at doing hands at all. I think they're most difficult thing. Hands are rough to color and to draw. It's going to have to be for at least 12 months. I don't drive, but I think I'll have to learn. It's awfully expensive though. Oh yeah, Jana, it has such a lovely page and so unique. Thank you. Thank you, Jana. Yeah, it probably is even more expensive nowadays than it used to be. Because I can tell you that, you know, when I did, and I did my driving license relatively late. I did it in Ireland. I did not do it in Estonia. I didn't need it there, but I did need it here, so I did my driving license here. And it was, it still, you know, cost a bit of money, let's put it that way. But compared to what it costs now, it was really nothing. Like doing a driving license, it ain't easy. And there's really long queues here as well for actually, you know, once you finish all your lessons, your obligatory lessons and stuff, then they don't have enough testers, and there's like long queues to actually do your driving test. But all I got, of course, hers super fast. So now we're like, she hasn't had enough time to practice, really. We're having intense driving with Ola at the moment because her driving test is essentially in about 2.5 weeks. And she has not had much time to really kind of settle into it and practice and so on. So yeah, we're having a lot of lessons with her, and you know, I'm having a lot of drives with her. But on a positive note, Killian passed his test. Was it last week or week before that? So he is now finally a driver. Emma, do you have any cabs or Uber drivers in your area? I'm sure she does something, but they're probably not cheap either. Jackie, hands and feet are the hardest. Yes, they are. Because there's so many moving parts, you know, all those different moving planes. I think it's something like 60 pounds or less. Now, okay, it's not as it's a bit, well, not hugely, but a little bit cheaper here. Of course, it depends on the area as well. It's probably more expensive in big cities than it is in more rural areas like we live. But it used to be 45 per lesson, but now it's 50 per lesson here. So it's not a huge difference, but it's a little bit cheaper. But there's also the option we used here, that one of the insurances here has a driving school. So essentially how they do it is that they you buy a package which gives you 6 months of insurance. So you can, the learner can drive in your car assisted. She's insured to do so, and then it includes also 12 lessons, and 12 lessons is the obligatory amount of lessons before you can book the test here. So essentially, you know, it gives you the prep, you know, it gives you 6 months practicing time, plus, you know, you need to get through those 12 lessons, and then you can book the test. And it works out a little bit cheaper that way. But of course, you still need to pay, you know, it's not, I'm not saying that it's cheap, but it's a little bit cheaper in a long run. But you have to, of course, pay it all in one go, as opposed to, you know, 60 here, 50 here and 50 there. Oh, hi, Lucy. Hi. How are you doing? Bye, Jackie. Oh, hound. Okie dokie. So, see, that's how far we got today. I think we actually did not do badly. I was at some stage pretty sure that we're not going to get to that tunic the way, you know, the face was going. But I think that is developing. So next week we're going to do the finishing touches, the extra highlights, the extra kind of bits and pieces to, you know, give it a bit of more oomph. I will also need to figure out what sort of a special effect I'm going to do there. I want to also make sure that I darken the corners more, the page corners themselves. At the moment, they're a bit flat. So yeah, I need to figure things out, but you know, kind of adding last details. We also need to finish those butterflies, but I'll do that next week because otherwise, you know, it's going to be too late by the time I finish. Rebecca, hi girls, I've been watching and been quiet. Please tell me who does this book. I love this illustration. Annika is the background of the tutorial too. I'm way behind. This book is a compilation. It is Coloring Heaven Gothic Compendium. Okay, I'm going to now do that so you can see a little bit better. I might actually flatten it out altogether. Okay, like this. You probably see a bit better, but it's a bit tilted. But hopefully you see. And it's a compilation of different artists. There's Selena Fennec here. Oh yeah, Jasmine Beckons Griffith, who isn't very huge in my thing, but I know that, you know, she is many people's one of favorites. There's White Stag, who I actually like. I would love to do one or two of these images here. I think they're cool. I like this one. This one is kind of calling to me. And also this one is cool. Then there's Mika Yelena or Micah Yelena. I don't know how to pronounce that name because I don't know exactly what nationality it is, which isn't very much my thing. She reminds me a lot of Hannah Lynn, who also isn't my thing. So it's not, but they're very similar. Mika Yelena and Hannah Lynn is super similar. See, that's Hannah Lynn. I find that very similar. And then the art that I haven't gotten to that art yet. And then there's also Lemon Shortbread, whom I don't know much about. It's okay, a bit too neatish. It's not calling to me very much, but it's, you know, cute enough. And then there's Enys Guerrero. Those images now are by Enys Guerrero. It starts with that image, actually. Okay, I'm going to show you. And I think there's 5 of them, 5 or 6. So that one. On some images she has pretty strong grayscale. I like that one a lot. I would love to do that one eventually. And that one. And that one. Oh, and that one also. Which is... feels slightly Alicey, that one, kind of a dark Alice. And then there's also Alchemy England 1977, which is very dark, like super dark grayscale, which I don't really want to deal with much because it would be a struggle. I might give that one a try because I like that image and the grayscale isn't as dark as some of them. But yeah, Enys Guerrero is the one you probably like the best. I consider of these ones her art one of the best. She's very kind of a gothic, you know, pretty, pouty, you know, kind of a pretty girls in a bit of a dark themed. Yeah, paper isn't fantastic. Coloring Heaven, it's doable if you put something like alcohol markers on the base. I wouldn't go much with water onto that paper. It's just, you can do some, but I just don't think it's worth it, to be honest. Yeah. They do have some specifically just Enys Guerrero editions as well. I think 2 of them at least, if not 3. Might be 3. But the problem is that she's very popular, so these editions usually sell out super fast on their website. So yeah, they probably won't be as easy to get. Oh, but Dana, bye. Bye, Dana. I didn't see you saying bye. Sneaking in for a second, says Lucy. Oh. Rebecca also talked me into buying a set of the soft black pencils. They arrived yesterday. Ah, soft black pencils. Huh. When I wander, I find the glues amazing. Annika, I learned so much watching all. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, it's a fun compilation. I think I have one of the Coloring Heavens that is purely Enys Guerrero, one of the older ones, not the new. The newest one I think is vampire themed, which isn't really hugely my thing, let's be honest. But you know, it's all right. You know, don't hate it, don't particularly love it either. But I do like the one that I have, the kind of the older one. This one I do like. I should actually pull it out again. It's quite a fun. Quite a fun. 737. I love this so much. Love your work. Oh, thank you. You and Jackie both. Your art looks like storybook illustrations. Thank you. Like we have such distinctly different styles with Jackie, but we have the same kind of a principles how we approach coloring, I guess. We really do. In that sense, we are very similar. Okay, I need to take that one out of here and that one there. I'm sorry, I'm putting the pencils back into the case. I kind of don't like leaving them out and about laying on the desk. It just annoys me then next morning. Okay, yeah, so that's how far we got today. I think we did well. Oh, this dragon eye is awesome. Oh, you mean that one, the, what's his name, Alchemy something, 1977. Yeah, it's really cool, but such a strong, you mean that, yeah, it is really awesome. But it's so dark. I don't know, like, what pencils, what? Do I go on it from acrylic paint? It's just so dark. I don't think any pencil would fight it very well. So I don't think I'm ever going to do much with these. But these ones are fun. They have a little bit, you know, like a hint of a grayscale here and there, but some of them, not all of them. But I think they're fun. Her line art is beautifully fluid. She does the vampire series, yes. The set you bought of Black Faber-Castell. I believe you are very free with your art styles, confident, bold. Thank you. That is what I'm at least trying to be, you know. Just relax into it, have fun. No, don't overthink it type of thing. At the end of the day, even if it goes wrong, it's not my bread and butter, it's just a coloring book, you know. It ain't gonna ask for bread. It's cool and dreamy background, they're gorgeous. Thank you. The background was actually, oh, I managed to change the angle for some reason. Yeah, the background we did last week. And this week we did the girl. And next week we're going to do the details and, you know, the final finishing touches and the butterflies and everything. That would be last week. Next week, because, you know, it still needs finishing at the moment. It's still a bit, yeah, unfinished, essentially. Although most of the shading and the biggest work is done now, the fun bits will start. Auntie, I have colored that dragon eye in an earlier Coloring Heaven. Really? Cool. Have you shown it on your channel? That would be cool to see. It is a cool image. It's just that is too dark for me. I don't want to fight with that dark. alcohol marker and pan pastel should work. Okay, Calm Illustrator used this combo on her dark grayscale books. Aha, alcohol marker and pan pastel. Never thought of pan pastel on there. Okay, nope, never showing. Okay, I thought, because I don't remember seeing it on your channel. I am behind with your videos though, so I thought maybe you have shown it, you know, in one of the later ones. Because I'm behind with everything. My brain hasn't, you know, it's just, yeah. I don't do well with hot. Though it was a little bit better today, so can't really complain. Okay, ladies, we had a good time once again, and I think we actually got to a pretty respectable result here. I have some goo on my hands again. I do not know where it came from. I need everyone's channels. Yeah, you can get everyone's channels from here. You're very, very welcome, Chris. So yeah, big, huge hugs from me. Thank you for joining me. It was absolutely lovely. And I hope that, you know, everything going well. We can join up next week again and finish this pretty page. This way I will have at least one page this month. Won't it be a proud moment? I'll have a completed page video. Not completed pages. I'll have completed page video. Actually, I'd be lying. I did. There's another page, or a couple actually, I have ready. But one of them is probably the worst page I have ever colored. I managed it. I've done it finally. Like, I really, yeah. It came out god awful. So I'm going to proudly show in my completed 3 pages video. One of the worst pages ever. Yeah, most of the YouTube channels, if you just click onto the username here, or the handle, they're the same. Now, good night, people. Thank you so much for joining me. It's time to go get myself more drink, visit the toilet, and maybe eventually even get to sleep. Wouldn't that be cool? I can't wait to see your first epic failure. It is a failure of failures. It's real bad. Well, I absolutely detest it. But I'm going to keep it for my completed pages. I'm not going to show it before that. It's going to be a big reveal. It's a small page, but it's really bad. It shows me, like, do not try to color when it's like 32 degrees outside and the room is even hotter. Okay, my lovelies, good night to everybody. And see you soon. Well, hopefully next week at least. Okay, bye-bye.